This is Chevy Cubs Pregame Live.
You are looking at a very spacious Petco Park where the 70 and 90 Cubs square up against the 70 and 90 Padres at the top of the hour right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Here's how things went down last night. Cubs had no hits through the first 5 innings off Matt Latos until the Chicago starter, Casey Coleman, stepped up, sent a ball into the gap in right center all the way to the wall. Coleman hustled around to get his first career triple. Bottom 6 still scoreless. Coleman also sharp on the mound, but made a mistake. Will Venable has left the building. That's all the Padres would need. They win it 2-0. With that, welcome to Chevy Cubs Pregame Live for the final time in the baseball 2011 campaign. I'm David Kaplan alongside the former National League Rookie of the Year and Marlin World Champion Todd Hollandsworth. And hard to believe that we've gone through a whole campaign, and this is the last broadcast on Comcast Sportsnet tonight for the season, and tomorrow the season ends.
Oh, well, it is. It certainly is, but it's been a long year. There's been a lot of things, a lot more downs than ups. There's been bright spots. Starlin Castro has been fantastic. Matt Garza, to me, lights out in the second half. A lot of things to build around, a lot of things to be excited about, and tonight I think that's what we're going to focus on. Those guys that are doing a great job this year, finishing up strong, and hoping to get this thing turned around for next season.
All right, time now for our Binny's Beverage Depot from the Ballpark Report. We go live to San Diego, bringing the guys who call the action. Len Kasper and Bob Brenly. And first off, congratulations on another great season calling games right here on Comcast Sportsnet. You both have been a pleasure to listen to, and you've always been there for us when we need you. So thanks for all your time.
Cap, Holly, thanks so much. Great job on your part as well. And, yeah, it is weird to believe that the season is going to end tomorrow. I always get a little wistful at this time of the year. And as you guys mentioned, it hasn't been a great year for the Cubs, but the last 2 months they have been over 500.
It's been considerably better than it was early in the season. I think, as Holly said, there's a lot of things to look forward to next year. A lot of work needs to be done, however, to restructure this roster and make it more of a cohesive unit when things can come together and that lineup can kind of play off of each other, and we got a ways to go to get to that.
Cap, I know you probably have a couple questions here, but I did want to ask Bob about just the uncertainty without a general manager in place. This team's going to head home after the game tomorrow night, and not a lot of people are sure who's going to be back. It's an interesting time, to say the least.
Well, it really is, Len, and I have to assume that the Cubs would like to get that done as quickly as possible. Major League Baseball usually frowns upon major moves like that during the postseason. It's happened before, but they would much prefer the teams wait until after the World Series to make those kind of moves.
All right, I got to ask you guys both about Starlin Castro. He's had a phenomenal year. You look at him down the road. If Aramis Ramirez isn't back, do you guys look at Starlin and say, you know what, he's going to outgrow shortstop, or he's going to get bigger and hit for more power? He can move to third, or is he a long-term guy at shortstop? Don't think about moving him.
I don't know if I'd say a long-term guy at shortstop. There's always a possibility he could move. It seems like the Cubs have some outfielders in the system that are looking to move up to the major league level relatively soon. Center field might be a spot where you could see Starlin Castro settle at some point in the future. But for me, I think right now shortstop is his position. It's where he's the most comfortable. He's done a fine job at shortstop, even with the errors early in the season. But it's not out of the question that at some point in the future that he might slide over there to third base.
And if he does slide anywhere, I do think it'll be third and not second. And a lot of it does depend, Cap, on the power. If you're going to play third base, you really need to hit at least 20 home runs a year.
Guys, Matt Garza is coming off a complete game victory against the Brewers. Second half, 5-2, 2.21 earned run average, doing a great job. Do you believe that he has done enough to take over that spot, that #1 spot in the rotation?
I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, he's got ace stuff. There's no question about that. Overpowering at times with his fastball. He's had a curveball from hell at times this season. His changeup has gotten better as the year went on. I don't think there's any question he can fill that role at the top of the rotation.
And we've talked about this before, that he definitely needs to get better at fielding his own position. If you're going to be an ace, you've got to be steady and really good all the way around. And in a lot of ways, some of his starts have been derailed by other issues, not necessarily his pitching.
You know, one more I got to ask you. Brian LaHare is a guy who came up, and many people said, he's 28, almost 29. He's a 4A player. He can't play. His plate approach has looked outstanding. Do you both believe going forward that he could play on an everyday basis or as part of a regular platoon? And can he play outfield if there's no room for him at first?
I think he's fine defensively if he can hit. We don't know if he can play every day and be as productive or close to it as he was at AAA. I think the bigger question is, Bob, and we've broached it a little bit, is if he's not an everyday guy but maybe gets 300, 350 at-bats, can he maintain his consistency at the plate?
And that's a huge question for any player. I don't care what your age is. If you're used to playing every day at the minor league level and you come to the big leagues and get sporadic at-bats, sometimes it's hard to maintain that rhythm. Holly, you know this as well as anybody. When you're not getting those 4 or 5 at-bats every day, it's tough sometimes to catch up to the game. What we've seen from Brian LaHair so far, I've been very impressed. He's put together some great at-bats. In the short period of time he's been here, he's seen as many pitches per plate appearance as anybody in the National League. So that's definitely the direction the Cubs need to think about moving into the future.
All right, guys, we will talk to you both in the very near future. Thanks again. Have a great broadcast.
Thank you.
All right, time now for our Joe Stonecrab What's at Stake report. And for Matt Garza, it's pretty simple. After everything that's happened this year, Garza has a chance to win a losing season with a win tonight. He finished 10-10. His record should be much, much better than that. And if he can go the distance, he'll hit 200 innings on the season as well.
Well, interestingly enough, if he goes the distance and somehow muster up 11 strikeouts, he's going to get to 200 as well. So certainly a lot riding on this game. Is that probable? Probably not. Is it set up well? Sure it does. He's in San Diego. It's a pitcher's ballpark. He's going against one of the weakest offensive teams in the San Diego Padres tonight. So it certainly is within the realm of possibility. But again, just looking for 7 solid innings from him. I think more importantly, getting him back to 500 and getting that 10th win.
All right, Matt Garza against Anthony Bass. That is our mound matchup tonight. Bass, a rookie. We've talked a little bit about Matt. You look at the numbers right there. But Anthony Bass, very limited work, just 43 1/3 innings, 2-0 with a 1.66 ERA. But look at that walk-to-strikeout ratio, 19-22. That's not good.
Well, it's awfully high. But again, he keeps the ball in the yard. He does pitch in San Diego. He knows what he's doing. He's got a home ERA of .73. He made his major league debut just back in June. So this is a guy that's figuring it out. Has done well in some spot starts. This is considered a spot start tonight for Tim Stouffer, another one of the Padres starters. So again, he's probably going to be on a pitch count. Again, I think the key is, as good as that San Diego bullpen is, try to do some damage against this guy. You know, I talk about seeing pitches and getting into their bullpen, but look to be maybe a little bit more aggressive tonight with this guy. Take advantage of some of his inexperience, the fact that he's got no history against you. And I know the book tells you at some point to, see pitches and feel this guy out, but knowing that he's not going to be out there that long, I think you might want to be a little bit more aggressive.
Thought the most impressive thing, I'd love to get a guy who was a really good big league hitter to talk about it, Matt Garza's ability to get people out with his fastball. Yes, he has a dirty slider, and he's really good at changing speeds, but he has been able in the second half to elevate his fastball and blow people away.
Well, you talk about the threat of it, and that's really what it comes down to. I was listening to the telecast last night, and Bob Brenly made a fantastic point in talking about Casey Coleman. He's added a drop-down slider to his repertoire, and it's been a good pitch for him. But if every time he drops down and he throws that slider, hitters are going to know what's coming. So that's what you're obviously trying to do as a starting pitcher. You're trying to keep hitters off balance. It works when you've got overpowering stuff. Matt Garza has that. When it comes down to it, if his curveball's not working for him, if his changeup's not always working for him, he can go back and he has that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Now, when he has it, it makes those other pitches work that much better for him. So, again, he is a 3-pitch pitcher right now who is locked in. Certainly has shown us that he's got the stuff to be at the top of the rotation, but I think the long-term question really isn't Matt Garza. It's going to be who's going to fill in between.
All right, let's look at the Cubs lineup for manager Mike Quade down to the final 2 games of the season. Who does he trot out there tonight? Starlin Castro leads the National League with 204 hits, needs 1 more to tie Billy Williams for most by a Cub in the last 70 years. There's Darwin Barney. Aramis back in the lineup. Good to see him getting an opportunity. And Brian LaHair, 309 average. Alfonso Soriano trying to finish strong.
Well, he's guys are scuffling. They're not really doing too much. They're scuffling in San Diego on 2 hits last night. Starlin hitting 294 on the road trip, and Darwin Barney, your second best hitter, at 235. That tells you these guys really just, they're not getting much done. They're going to have to find a way tonight, put it together, score themselves some runs. And Aramis Ramirez, good to see him back in the lineup tonight. I think it's going to help answer some questions. You certainly do not want to go into the offseason, well, essentially on the September disabled list. That's what we'll call it for now. Hasn't played in a while. He's going to get himself back out there. Any potential suitors that might be interested are going to see that he was back out there towards the end of the season, so I think that's good for him as well.
Dan Starlin, 204 hits. Billy Williams, 205 hits in a single season. So Starlin could find a way to plate 2 hits in the next 2 days. He will have the high water mark over the last 70 years by a Chicago Cub. Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And he has not changed his approach at all. And I think that's what's going to work for him tonight. You saw a little bit last night using the entire field. There's hits to be found in San Diego. I loved hitting down there. You just got to have a good approach and try not to do too much. That's really what it kind of comes down to. It's a ballpark that's not going to give you an awful lot of home runs. But if you think that these guys are going to be aggressive out there on the mound and you got a good aggressive approach and you're thinking wherever they're going to stay, I'm going to go, you got an opportunity to get some hits out there.
We are just getting started on Chevy Cubs pregame live. When we return, an emotional Ryan Debster talks about the trials and tribulations he's endured off the field and the positives that have come out of his family crisis.
There's also more and more people saying they heard about it because of her story, and that's something else, man.
Chevy Cubs pregame live continues on CSN.
IAVA was founded by Iraq and Afghanistan veterans for Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, and our motto is we've got your back. The experiences that Miller High Life's been able to put together has really made tremendous impacts. And to be able to have a day at the ballpark, drinking a beer, hanging out with your family, not thinking about being in the military, that really does mean a lot to them. And it lets them know that not only their community, but that Miller High Life and the broader nation really does care about them.
One of the fantastic things is when you have some of these wounded veterans who have come back from Iraq and Afghanistan and they're down on the field and they get that piece of recognition. When they saw themselves on the Jumbotron, that was really the definition of the High Life.
We've been able to activate the Miller Coors Network nationally and everybody who stands behind Miller High Life, and they've donated over $1 million worth of experiences. Distributors around the country have sent in their caps and tabs, and that money goes a long way towards supporting IAVA and our important work on the ground helping vets. You know, you don't have to be a veteran to support the veterans movement. Just go to MillerHighLife.com or go onto Facebook and click the like button, and you can step up and get involved. You can give a veteran the piece of the High Life, and you can really make a difference in your community.
By turning in your High Life bottle caps and pull tabs, you can help give vets of Iraq and Afghanistan a piece of the High Life. Donate a cap or tab, and we'll donate 10 cents. And that adds up to a whole lot of good times for a whole lot of deserving folks. Live the High Life, give the High Life. That's how we do it.
Think about it. With everything you do, it's nice to have a vehicle that can keep up with you. It's the Chevy season of doing.
Here's some advice you can use. Put the Chevy Traverse on your to-do list. With seating for 8, when you need to get things done, it's the right thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Chevy Traverse. See your Chevy dealer today.
Hey, this is Tom. How do you guys feel about our pitching rotation?
I got it. 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 I got it.
Comcast Sportsnet fields your questions. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
Please give me some good news.
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
That sounds good.
Call 866 for Feldco.
For a limited time, buy one Feldco window and get one free. Do a room or do your entire house.
Feldco's buy one, get one, and soon. Call now.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
Meet the Mazda crossovers, the 5-passenger Mazda CX-7 and the 7-passenger Mazda CX-9. Style, luxury, safety, plus one feature that trumps them all: how it drives. We build Mazda. Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda CX-9 for 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 APR cash and 500 owner loyalty cash.
Hey, Randy, with gray on your lip, your curve appeals zip. Your stubble's in trouble.
Just for Men penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes.
Hey, watch my petunias.
The big unit's chillin'.
This landscape is thrilling. Just for men.
Keep your edge.
Cubs Padres about 15 minutes from now at Petco Park. Matt Garza against Anthony Bass right here at Comcast Sportsnet. Time now for Bosch's Who's Hot in Chicago. How about Aramis Ramirez, Starlin Castro, both hot. Aramis 306, 25 bombs, 92 knocked in. Starlin, how about 204 hits and scored 91 runs. Chase Headley, 290 batting average, 28 doubles, and 44 RBIs. Welcome back. Chevy Cubs pregame live rolls on. He's Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. Throughout his playing career, Ryan Dempster's had to adapt from his success as a starter to battling through Tommy John surgery, then becoming a closer, only to return to the starting rotation as an all-star starter. As Chris Bowden reports, those adjustments were nothing compared to the curveball life threw at him when his daughter Riley was born on the eve of the 2009 season.
Numerous strides must still be taken, but so many have already been made.
She's got a huge spirit about her, and she's a tremendous fighter. So here's a little girl who didn't make any noise, you know, now all of a sudden talking and saying Dada and Mama and, you know, coming along. Like, it's a really, really cool thing. There's a girl who couldn't swallow, you know, couldn't use her esophagus. It didn't move, and she taught herself how to do it. And now she can jam 40 Cheerios in her mouth, and she finds a way of getting them all down. It's fun to watch as a parent. It's pretty admirable.
Were you even aware a condition like this even existed?
No. I mean, I didn't know anything about it. When we found out, it was about 5 days after she was born. I was in Houston. My wife called me, told me she had it, and she just said, I'm going to do some research, and she hasn't stopped.
The it Jenny Dempster began researching was DiGeorge syndrome, an extremely rare genetic disorder. The symptoms are many and potentially life-threatening, and initially became evident in Riley's inability to swallow. Ryan finds himself working just as hard off the field now, building awareness and treatment through his Dempster Family Foundation's numerous fundraising efforts, often leading to new discoveries.
You know, a lot of these kids, it's weird, they just struggle with math. They struggle so much with it. You ask them what 4 plus 4 is, and they say 44. And they still don't see things alike. And it's, I'd say probably it's about 95% of the people who have the deletion have these math problems. It's amazing.
What are still some of the day-to-day challenges, if any, that you still have to deal with in bringing her along here?
You hit all these milestones, and you feel better about it, but you realize it's a syndrome. So these kids live with this for the rest of their life. And, you know, so you got to always kind of try and take care of the future and try and prevent the things that have happened to other kids and just help her along the way. And, you know, there's always going to be issues with getting sick. You know, a lot of the kids have severe autoimmune problems. They get sick really easy. And so we have to keep her safe, but yet still let her be a kid. And I've learned a lot, you know, and I think that's the same thing you're hearing more and more with the parents we do meet. But there's also more and more people saying they heard about it because of her story, and that's something else, man.
You had him as a teammate. I've gotten to know him as a media member. He's as good a guy as I've dealt with come through the sports in Chicago that I cover. You had him as a teammate. There are not many better.
No, there's not many better. To me, he covers all the bases, and that's to me the things that are important. Number one, family. His family is so important to him. His wife Jenny, their children. I mean, you know where his priorities are in his life, and you know how seriously he takes his job. Good, bad, and different. He comes to the yard. He comes to Wrigley Field each and every day, ready to perform, ready to do his job to the best of his ability. And even as he gets older and things start to slow down on him and, you know, maybe start losing that fastball a little bit, he's still a guy that you believe in because you know his competitive nature.
All right, much more to get to on Chevy Cubs pregame live. We're coming right back with a trip down memory lane. It's the pop and the hop on a great day in Cubs history. Stay with us.
Honda received more 2011 J.D. Power and Associates highest initial quality awards than any other automaker. Let's see. Based on a survey of over 73,000 new vehicle owners measuring 234 models, highest ranked in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 segments. Legal disclaimers don't get any better than that. Trademarked Honda logo. Go. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
Meet the Mazda crossovers, the 5-passenger Mazda CX-7 and the 7-passenger Mazda CX-9. Style, luxury, safety, plus one feature that trumps them all. How it drives. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Now get the Mazda CX-9 for 0% APR for 60 months plus 500 APR cash and 500 owner loyalty cash.
After every Bears game ends, you flip over to Comcast Sportsnet. Every single week, you watch Bears Postgame Live as Dan Jiggets, Howard Griffith, and Jim Miller break down the game with me. Expert analysis.
They did what they had to do to win the football game.
Teams can't compete against the Bears' speed. That's just my opinion of it.
It's easy to improve, though, when you got to win under your belt.
Press conferences and player interviews.
What does that taste like, Jigs?
Victory. Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group. Now it's time for the Keep Your Edge Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard.
And the Just for Men player spotlight on Carlos Pena, who drew his 100th walk of the year last night. Only the 12th such campaign by a Cubs player in the 136-season history of the franchise. 100 walks, the most by a Cub first baseman since at least 1900.
You can keep your edge with Just for Men Mustache and Beard.
Welcome back to Chevy Cubs pregame live alongside Todd Hollingsworth. I'm David Kaplan. 8 years ago today was a great day in Chicago Cubs history. Cubs faced the Pirates in a double dip with a chance to clinch the division. Enjoy.
There is no rest now.
Pitch number 24 of the inning takes care of Stairs. No runs, one hit, one left. Here come the Cubs in the middle of our first inning. Had a game-and-a-half lead, and they've let that slip away. And that ball shot right center field deep. Will it go? It's gone! Damian Miller, a solo home run. Is overwhelming. Breaking ball. There's the 10th strikeout. Joe Borowski. You talk about an odyssey. This guy, professionally, has lived one. Fly ball, softly hit. Grudzielanek is there, and the magic number is 1. Be a happy night tonight. Sandy hits a rocket straight away center field. Redmond will wave goodbye. There goes for Sosa. Sharply hit up the middle, base hit. 1-run score. Paco around third. Redmond loads up. Hits throw off target. It's a base hit, and it's 5-0. You cannot underestimate Jim Hendry's job this offseason in reshaping and remaking this Cub ball club. Now he goes on strikes. Time to stretch. 6 outs to get. 6-run Cub lead. Swing and a drive. Belted deep left. That might be the exclamation point. Double play ball. Second base wide. On to first. The Cubs are the champions of the Central. The Chicago Cubs have clinched the National League Central Division crown.
Wow. And then This guy's glove knocked us out as the Marlins get it done, and you win a World Series ring. So any magic the Cubs thought they had, you just had a little bit more.
Well, we did. It was a special year for us as well. But, you know, I certainly can appreciate, obviously, living my life here in Chicago and in Illinois and raising my kids here. I understand the passion that the Cubs fans have towards getting themselves back to a World Series. I share that passion with them now, and I know it's a very special place to get to. Certainly, I was on the other side, and I got to celebrate. But I realize it's very, very important to a lot of people around here to get this thing done and get it moving in the right direction.
Whenever that does happen, there'll be a lot of people going out to cemeteries going, we did it. We finally did it.
It really is. I mean, it's been a long time, and it's certainly been a long time coming. I mean, again, the fans deserve it. It seems like the organization's doing everything it can to get itself moving in the right direction. It's a process. It's going to take time. I think people understand that and are willing to wait to get this thing right.
All right, we're coming back to wrap things up. Todd gives us a special set of keys this evening. The Cubs' keys to the future when we return.
Cubs Pregame Live is presented to you by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
In case you haven't heard, the Chevy season of doing is almost done. And while your to-do list is just getting longer, the chance to get the truck you want is getting shorter.
Put a Chevy Silverado on your to-do list. It's the longest-lasting, most dependable truck on the road today. It's a smart thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on all new Chevy Silverados. See your Chevy dealer today.
Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Keep pets safe with a new kennel from Master Paws. They're easy to install and feature endless design possibilities. This 5x5-foot kennel is $199. A 5x10-foot kennel is $289. Protect your home from water damage with Spectra aluminum gutters. They're maintenance-free and won't rust or crack. A 10-foot piece in brown or white is just $1.49 each after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
The leaves are falling, and so are prices at Four Seasons. Get ready for winter with a new furnace from just $17.95 installed. Furnace and AC combos from just $36.95. And save over $2,000 in rebates and energy tax credits. Plus, enjoy 4 years interest-free financing. We'll beat any competitor's price by up to $500. Guaranteed.
For all the right reasons, call 866 Four Seasons.
Hyper Loco, Chicago sports on the go. Be the first to know everything about your favorite teams, right from the palm of your hand. Your teams, right now. Download the free Chicago Sports app now.
A lot's changed since 1983. The first time the Honda Accord got on Car and Driver's 10 Best list. What didn't change? The Accord being on that Car and Driver's 10 Best list. A record 25 times, beating out the bogus competition on top. All tubular. And right now, you can get a great deal on one. No way. Why? Rad deals to the max. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Would somebody please give me some good news?
Right now at Feldco, buy one window, get one free.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed.
Now it's time for Todd Hollingsworth. Keys to the future.
Well, the keys to the future. I think number one, we're going to start with solidifying that starting rotation. We've got a Garza. I think he, again, is you heard from Bob Brenly, a bona fide number one. I think he's going to be your number one guy next year. Demp's going to be back. Firmly believe that. I think he slots in really nicely in number three, but you got some holes to fill in. You know, Coleman, Wells, Cashner, Zamarja. Again, you know, if you pull from the bullpen, you weaken your bullpen, so then you're going to have to fill those in. I like, you and I have talked about this, keeping those guys down there, but again, that leaves some gaping holes in your starting rotation that are going to have to be filled. Moving forward, number two, they're going to have to get a little bit more versatile on offense. What I'm talking about is April through the end of the season, you've got to be able to go out there and score runs. These guys rely too heavily on the home run. They need to get some guys in the middle lineup that are capable of hitting some home runs, but that are also athletic and productive, and they've also, first and foremost, got to start working on those fundamentals and get those things down. I mean, there's just too many times where fundamentals become a part of whether the Cubs win or lose, and finally redevelop the Cub way. And what I'm talking about is creating a winning atmosphere, starting out in the low minors, working itself back up through the system so that at the big league level, this is something that carries on year after year after year. You've got the ability to go out there, understand how you do things, understand how you expect to win. You can expect to win, and it's contagious. But the problem with that is that losing is contagious as well. You've also got to understand that. And right now, they're in a bit of a rut. I mean, I look at Starlin Castro, all that we've talked about him, how great he's been this year, how great he's been last year. Starlin Castro knows nothing about winning yet.
All right, time to pick our key performers. I'm trying to get even for the season. Let me have a little bonus winner. I'll take Brian LaHare.
Dropping the hammer again. I want to go out a winner tonight. Starlin Castro, my guy.
That's going to wrap up our Cubs pregame show. Enjoy the ball game.
Listen up. The men we're after are professional runners.
Throw goes to the plate. Save!
We take them as a team, and we bring them back. We talking or we racing? And above all else, we don't ever, ever let them get in the cars. Let's go hunting.
Greet you from Petco Park in downtown San Diego for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Our final CSN broadcast of the year, Game 161, the Cubs and Pods in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Padres a 2-0 winner last night. The Cubs had just 2 hits, and they were no-hit through the first 5 innings. Runs are always at a premium in this big ballpark, and scoring first is important, isn't it?
Oh, it's hugely important in this ballpark, Len, especially if you're a team that's not built to manufacture runs. It just doesn't give up a lot of homers. It was a shock to even see one in the ballgame last night.
Well, the Cubs feel good about their starting pitcher tonight. It's Matt Garza, and he has a chance to finish his first year as a Cub at 500.
Well, Len, I don't care if you've had a great season or a poor season. Every player wants to finish strong, and Matt Garza has done that over his last 5. Hopefully he can tack one more onto there.
Anthony Bass, a rookie righty, mostly has pitched in relief. 2 starts at Colorado were both wins.
And the Padres are very high on this young man. He's pitching for a spot in the rotation next year.
So the Cubs and Padres, again, low-scoring affair last night. We'll see what Game 2 brings. We'll have the lineups and all the action from San Diego next.
Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Finish yard work fast with Yardman. This electric blower vac mulcher features a 12-amp motor and produces up to a 157-mile-per-hour airflow. It includes a vacuum attachment and bag, $59.99 after rebate. Make your projects easier with Stanley hand tools and storage. Choose from a wide selection of hand saws, tape measures, screwdrivers, toolboxes, and more. They're all 25% off. Menards, everyday low prices.
Save big money at Menards.
With every great TV show comes a great theme song, something you hum along to. MASH, Seinfeld, Oprah, Third Rock from the Sun.
Hello, Danny, my young friend. It's time to start the show again.
Dan and the Danettes won't desert you. Never gonna miss, never gonna miss.
It's a lot of talent, one room.
Dan!
I think I made the right choice.
Patrick!
Sportsnet is brought to you in part by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois. 75 years being right here in Illinois means no one's closer to your wellness. Experience wellness everywhere. Subway. Every day at Subway, choose from many delicious regular foot-long subs for just $5. Subway. Eat fresh. Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today or go to shophonda.com and find great values on a new Honda. AT&T Uverse. Find out more of what's possible at att.com. AT&T. Rethink possible. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
Petco Park here in San Diego. Overcast. It was sunny earlier today, but lots of clouds. That marine layer pretty thick over downtown San Diego. Should not be bothered by any rain. That's the good news as Anthony Bass takes the mound. He'll face this Cubs Southwest starting lineup. A lot different look from last night. All the kids were in there. Well, still some kids. Castro and Barney at the top. Aramis Ramirez, his first start in a week after dealing with a quad injury. Pena, Laher, Soriano in the middle with Marlon Byrd in center. Giovanni Soto behind the plate, catching Matt Garza.
Take a quick look at the Padres defensively. Brought to you by Degree. It'll be Guzman in left, Maben in center. Venable with the home run last night will be out in right field. Headley, Bartlett, Hudson, and Kyle Blanks across the infield, third to first. Doing the catching tonight for the Padres, Luis Martinez, and he'll be receiving pitches from right-hander Anthony Bass. He mentioned in his first 24 outings of the season, he pitched out of the bullpen. His last two have been as a starting pitcher. A perfect 2-0 record as a starter. A fine ERA, just a tick over a run and a half. Basically a fastball slider guy. You may see some change-ups to the left-handed hitters.
Let's get the umpires for you tonight. You've got the crew chief, Darryl Cousins, in his 33rd year. He's worked 3 World Series. California native. He'll call the balls as strikes. Ripperger, Culpa, and Wolf on the bases. So the Cubs facing this rookie righty, Anthony Bass, who's from Dearborn, Michigan. Went to Wayne State in Detroit. As we get started, our Menards Big Lumber stat. Starlin Castro right now with 204 hits. With 3 more, he could jump into the top 10 in terms of hits in a season in Cubs history. He will be the youngest National League hit champion ever at age 21. Very healthy lead. 12 more hits than Matt Kemp, who's second on the list. Bass 6'2", 190 pounds, and his first pitch is lined into left for a base hit. Number 205 for Castro, a 39-game on-base streak, a 10-game hitting streak. Took the Cubs until the 6th inning on a Casey Coleman triple to get their first hit last night.
Nice piece of hitting on a pitch down and in. Starlin Castro earlier this season was what I would classify a gap-to-gap hitter, but as the year has gone on, he picks his spots and looks to turn and burn, pull something hard into left field. That time got a pitch down and in and dropped the barrel of the bat on it. Good start for the Cubs.
And they had just 2 hits last night. The triple by Coleman and then a leadoff single by Castro in the 7th. That was it against Latos, Qualls, and Bell. Five double-digit hit streaks this year for Castro. It's not easy to do. Here's a pitch. 1-1.
It looked like Starlin Castro was going to try to steal second base there, but the Padres pitched out. I'm not sure if he read it from the pitcher or the catcher, but wisely shut down that stolen base attempt. Yeah, right there. Might have just been a bad jump and decided not to go.
Barney shows bunt, takes fastball inside, 2-1. Bass, a 5th-round pick back in 2008, and we mentioned he's from the Detroit area. Went to Trenton High School. Going into spring training this year, ranked as a Padres 22nd best prospect, according to Baseball America. And he's filling in for Tim Stauffer, who's been battling forearm tightness. The Padres just didn't want to push it with their opening day starter, so instead they get a look at 23-year-old Anthony Bass, who will pitch in the Arizona Fall League after the season. That's high. 3-1.
We talked about how this ballpark does not give up a lot of long balls. I think there'll be less chance of one tonight. Air is really heavy here tonight. You mentioned that overcast.
Runner goes, called strike. Castro's out. Wow, what a throw by the catcher Luis Martinez, right on the money.
Martinez had only caught 2 out of 15 before this rocket to second base. Nice tag, nice quick tag by Orlando Hudson down there at second base. Just a strong arm throw right on the money, and it had to be. Castro looking for one more stolen base to tie Tony Campana for the team lead. Hopefully he'll get more opportunities tonight and tomorrow. You may notice as you watch a Padres right-hander, Anthony Bass, out there on the mound, it a little similar to Tim Lincecum out of the windup. He kind of has modeled his delivery after the Giants ace.
Nobody gets this extension, however, that Lincecum does. And actually, Bass is about 3 inches taller as he just walked Barney. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, Corona extra pitch tracks, a breaking ball that may have caught the upper edge of the strike zone right there, but not many umpires are going to give you the high breaking pitch when it barely catches the top of the zone.
It has to be flattering for a guy like Tim Lincecum, who's not that old, that there are guys already in the big leagues who are mimicking his delivery. We talked about Charlie Morton doing the poor man's Roy Halladay.
You see that a lot more with pitchers than you do with hitters. I don't know why. I mean, it would seem like as a hitter you wouldn't want to model yourself after a guy who has had tremendous success at the major league level, but it just seems like every hitter's a little bit different.
Big cut by Ramirez. Aramis had to leave the game a week ago tonight against Milwaukee with a mild right quad strain, and this is his first action since. Pickoff throw, but he should throw it about 11 feet in the air. Kyle Blanks will catch it.
He's a big guy over there at first base, a huge target.
This is not an easy place to hit, but Ramirez has had success as he pops it up. Martinez with a nice catch right over near the camera well next to the Cubs dugout. Luis Martinez has had a heck of a first inning here defensively.
Had to make an adjustment right at the very end of that play. He thought he was in a good position to make the catch and then had to lunge to his right over near the camera. Able to hang on and keep his body in the field of play to hold Darwin Barney at first base.
Two down. Here's Carlos Pena. Last night took his 100th walk of the year. The 12th such season by a Cubs player in the history of the franchise as he lines that one foul. 10th different Cub to get to 100 walks. The first since Sammy Sosa in 2002. Only 4 Cubs the last 80 years have reached 100 walks in a season. Sosa did it a couple of times. Gary Matthews, Richie Ashburn with 116 walks in 1960.
Freeze cam in the ball game last night. Carlos Pena picked up his 2nd stolen base of the year, or did he? You see, Jason Bartlett got his foot down on the first base side of the bag, and Carlos Pena slid into the foot, not necessarily into the base, although he did get the benefit of the doubt on the call, evening his season at 2-2. 2 stolen bases, 2 caught stealings. Brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
So if you're touching a player who's touching the bag, that doesn't count.
Doesn't count.
Here's a 1-1. That's a strike on a fastball.
We talk a lot about advanced scouting, Len, and one of the things we used to like on our reports is which base runners always go head first. Either sliding back into the base at first or sliding into second on a stolen base attempt. If you know they're going to go in head first, as a defender, you can drop a knee, block the bag on them, wait for the ball to get there, and try to apply the tag before they find their way to the base. Same thing over at first. Just drop a knee down in front of that bag, catch the throw from the pitcher, just like blocking home plate for a catcher. But if the guy goes in head first half the time and feet first half the time, you got to be very careful then. You can get yourself spiked.
Inside. That evens the count at 2-2.
One thing we notice about Anthony Bass right away here in the first inning, he pays more attention to base runners than most of the pitchers on this Padres staff. Their manager, Bud Black, was a pitcher in his playing days, was a fine pitching coach in Anaheim under Mike Scioscia. Doesn't really concern himself too much with holding runners on base. But Anthony Bass is the exception to that rule with this Padres staff.
Bud Black was the National League Manager of the Year last year as the Padres almost made the playoffs. This is his 5th season here in San Diego, as Barney will go on the 3-2, called strike 3 on a fastball. Pena not happy with that call by Darryl Cousins. Padres are coming up.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Wherever I go is home.
not because of this dress, but because I have Xfinity. I can catch up and keep up with the hottest shows from all the major networks on demand. Satellite has nothing like this.
Switch to the Xfinity Triple Play for $99 a month for the first 12 months. And with Sure Price Guarantee, you'll get a guaranteed rate for 2 years. Plus, get HD DVR service free for 3 months. There's no term contract required, so it's risk-free. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
You know what sells? Sex. You know what it sells? Beer. It won't sell an important thing like a car. What will? Well, the Honda Civic received a 2011 Highest Initial Quality Award from J.D. Power and Associates, and right now you can get a stellar deal on one. That's what sells a car. But a little bit of sex doesn't hurt. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Matt Garza in his final start of the season against this Padres Southwest starting lineup, written out by Bud Black. Will Venable with a game-winning home run in the 6th inning last night. He'll lead it off. Jason Bartlett's at short. Cameron Maybin in center. Jesus Guzman is in left tonight. Chase Headley, Orlando Hudson switch hitters on the infield. Kyle Blanks at first. Luis Martinez, the catcher, and Bass, the pitcher.
Take a look at the Cubs defensively tonight, brought to you by Degree, Soriano, Bird, and LaHare across the outfield, left to right. Ramos Ramirez back in the lineup at third base. Castro and Barney will make up the double play combo up the middle of the field. Carlos Pena over at first base. Giovanni Soto back behind the dish tonight for our Lexus pursuing perfection starting pitcher, right-hander Matt Garza. Coming off his second complete game of the season, the 8th of his career, was dazzling against the Brewers last time out. 9 innings, 6 hits, 1 unearned run. He struck out 10 and walked only 1 Brewer hitter in that game.
6'4", 215. California native, lives in Fresno. No decision against the Padres at Wrigley Field back on April 20th, but he didn't give up a run in 6 innings. Struck out 9. He's 1-0 with a 193 against the Padres in his career. As a fastball right down Main Street to Venable for a strike. There's the 0-2, and it's inside. The lineup we showed you was not totally correct. Venable's in left with Jeremy Hermida in right. They made a late change. And he chased one in the dirt, and Soto will throw him out. Garza struck out 12 Pirates, career high in his Cubs debut. Starts his final outing of the year with a strikeout. He's averaging almost 9 strikeouts per 9 innings. So if I do the math, it's about a strikeout per inning.
Boy, you're good.
That puts him in the top 7 in the National League. I'm trying to finish strong as well. There's Jason Bartlett, the shortstop. Fastball in there. Last night went 0 for 4. He leads the Padres, however, in hits with 136. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. A ground ball not hit very hard as Castro will throw him out. Garza with 1 complete game over his last 2 starts, but for all intents and purposes, he's got a couple of them. He went 9 innings versus Houston 2 starts ago. That game went 12, and then he went 9 in a complete game 6-hitter versus Milwaukee 6 days ago. Facing Cameron Maybin, the center fielder. And he broke his bat. We see guys do that on that handle. What's that little stick?
You know, I think originally Manny Mota, in his days as a hitting instructor with the Los Angeles Dodgers, came up with the idea. It's just kind of another form of a stickum substance. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but you rub that on the handle of the bat and then get a little bit of it on your batting gloves, and it's a very tacky substance. Some guys just don't like the mess that pine tar and rosin make, so they use that stick instead.
Tacky? So, tacky. I mean, it comes in weird colors and everything?
It can, yeah. It's funny when you look at the on-deck circle for a team, because some guys like to use that weighted sleeve right there and slide it on their game bat. Other guys like to use that red weighted bat. There's a couple other utensils down there. It just depends. Every player has something. Usually it's superstitious, but something that they like to do to get ready for their particular at bat. I'm not quite sure what that one thing is. Never seen that before.
Looks like a dentist's office for a giant. And drills
and you told the story earlier this year that tests have shown or proven that it's really not advantageous to use the overload theory.
Yeah, the idea is if you swing slower, you will swing slower. That kind of trains the hitter to swing slower with that weighted bat. Nice play by Barney in foul ground. We're scoreless after 1.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Be amazed for 99 cents. Our 99-cent chicken flatbread sandwiches, now in 2 bold flavors, only at Taco Bell.
Every day, all around the world, energy is being produced to power our lives. While energy development comes with some risk, North America's natural gas producers are committed to safely and responsibly providing generations of cleaner burning energy for our country. Drilling thousands of feet below fresh water sources within self-contained well systems, and using state-of-the-art monitoring technologies, rigorous practices help ensure our operations are safe and clean for our communities and the environment. We're America's natural gas.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Fast 5. Own it on Blu-ray and DVD October 4th.
Step 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. Shake it out, shake it out. That is the most popular guy in the ballpark.
Well, after eating 2 cones of cotton candy, a hot dog, a snow cone, and a large Coke, to burn off some energy somehow.
Ryan LaHare getting his 7th consecutive start. He's been playing a lot here down the stretch. 0 for 3 last night. Takes a fastball downstairs.
All right, nap time. Make sand angels out there.
That'll go 3-1. And it'll bring up Alfonso Soriano. Cubs with one win on this trip. That was Friday in St. Louis, and Soriano hit the game-winning home run. It looks like the wild card races in both leagues will go down to the final day as Soriano deposits one into left center. Who would have thought it at the beginning of September? We thought we would see no races here in the final week, but the two wild card chases pretty hot and heavy. Tampa Bay won. Matt Joyce, big 3-run homer, and they turned a triple play in that game. 5-3 over the Yankees. Jake McGee got the win in relief over Rafael Soriano. Boston leading in the ninth, 8-6 at Baltimore. Red Sox need to hold on in order to stay in a tie for the wild card. In the National League, the Braves lost again 7-1 at home against the Phillies. Roy Oswalt over Derek Lowe. And the Cardinals, it didn't look good for them early. They were down 5-0, but it's now 6-6 in Houston in the top of the 7th. So if the Cardinals win, they'll have a tie in the National League going to the final day of the regular season. 1-1 on Marlon Byrd. And he lines to Venable in left. He dropped it, but he was pulling the ball out of his glove. That's an out. I'll tell you what, Bob, Marlon Byrd over the last 3 or 4 weeks has hit the ball harder for outs than anybody on this roster.
Yeah, hitting in a lot of tough luck right now. Line drives right at defenders, hard hit ground balls that infielders are turning circles, making plays on him. And that one looked like it snuck out the webbing of the glove before Venable got a hand on it.
Yeah, it looked like he never really did have it in his glove, but when you start to reach in there, normally they give you that call.
First of all, a very nice catch coming straight in, keeping that ball out of the lights. Right there, it popped out to the end of the webbing. Yeah,
he never did have it.
No, never really had control.
The 0-1 to Soto, swing and a miss.
Looking up to see where the runner was, to see whether he had an opportunity to perhaps throw behind Alfonso Soriano at first, and the ball just snuck out the webbing of the glove, never got a bare hand on it.
Saw Steve Clevenger in his major league debut last night. Clevenger went 0 for 3. Did a good job behind the plate. Slider missed outside, 2-2.
When he just missed one in the ball game last night too. Hit a mile-high fly ball to left center field. It just got up in this heavy marine air and kind of died, but hit it right off the screws.
By Headley, he'll take the short throw to Hudson to force Soriano. Single, no runs. 0-0 after an inning and a half.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by Corona Extra, who invites you to find your beach.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
We got a call today about that slow UVerse 3 meg plan.
You know, for the discerning connoisseur of DSL, that UVerse plan is...
Hello. Oh my goodness, Bill. His first word. Do it again.
Okay. That UVerse plan is...
Hello. Our boy's a genius.
That's my son!
Go faster than UVerse with Xfinity Internet, only from Comcast. Sign up for this great offer today. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
How come nobody told me about all the hidden costs
of cheap insurance?
How come?
How come insurance companies tell me how much I can save
before they even know what I need?
How
come nobody asked me what my idea
of retirement is?
Country Financial does. Your country representative can help protect what you have now and prepare for the future.
Somebody who knows retirement planning
and insurance.
I like that.
At Country, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Best Buy offers you the perfect match promise. Bring home the big TV of your dreams. Satisfaction guaranteed. Late night Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet as we wrap up the CSN portion of the season. Game 162 tomorrow night. Ryan Dempster, Wade LeBlanc, a left-hander. It'll be Headley, Hudson, and Hermida against Matt Garza. Boy, what a big comeback by the Cardinals in Houston. We mentioned they erased a 5-0 deficit with 5 runs in the 4th inning. They trailed again 6-5, but they now have a 9-6 lead with 4 runs in the 7th inning.
Former Cub Ryan Theriot with an RBI. I assume it would be called a double. He ended up at third base as the throw went home. Nick Punto then drove in Ryan Theriot for the 9th run for the Cardinals. Well, you know what, Len? I don't think Matt Garza ever wants the baseball season to end.
He definitely takes his time out there, and Darryl Cousins looks thrilled. Now ready to go here in the bottom of the 2nd. That's a strike at the belt on a fastball. Chase Headley went to the University of the Pacific and the University of Tennessee.
UOP, I believe that's in Stockton, California, if I'm not mistaken. Back in the days when I played in the California League, the University of the Pacific played at the same stadium where I believe it was the Mariners affiliate at that time.
From Colorado. 2nd-round pick in 2005. Headley Lamar. And that'll get through for a base hit.
27th annual Cubs convention will take place at the Hilton Chicago on January 13th, 14th, and 15th, 2012. Rooms are available now by calling the Hilton Chicago at 312-922-4400 and asking for the Cubs convention rate. Weekend passes will go on sale in early November. For more information, visit Cubs.com.
Orlando Hudson 1 for 3 in the opener. Switch hitting second baseman. Talked about it last night. The Padres like to run. Bird will keep Headley at second. Back-to-back singles to start the inning.
Definitely like to run, and two of their better base runners are on base right now. Chase Headley at second base with 13 stolen bases this season, and the O-Dog, Orlando Hudson, with 18 steals on the season over at first.
Jeremy Hermida looks at a strike. Was a waiver claim from Cincinnati on August 31st. 0-2. Big announcement out of Florida. The Marlins have announced a multi-year contract for Omar Infante.
Wow, that is news.
2-year deal. Marlins have been in the news a lot the last 24 hours. Not for that reason. Well, the answer to our question last night, who is going to manage the White Sox tonight, is Don Cooper. The assumption had been that it would be bench coach Joey Cora. According to Kenny Williams, he told Joey Cora that Coop would be managing, and then he and Cora eventually talked on the phone for a few minutes, and Cora felt it would be a little awkward for Cora to remain with the White Sox for the final 2 games, since he's probably going to end up with Ozzie anyway. So in the end, they mutually decided that Cora probably shouldn't even come to the ballpark. And everyone's expecting that the Marlins will announce tomorrow that Ozzie's going to manage that team next year.
Rampant speculation based on nothing more than the friendship between Ozzie Guillen and former Cub, or I guess he's still a current Cub, Carlos Zambrano, that Big Z might end up down in Miami with Ozzie.
Yeah, I don't think that would surprise anybody. Garza had Hermina down 0-2, now 3-2, and Garza with a little bobble and fires a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to Carlos Pena to get the out. Fielding has been an issue for him this season. Well, ideally that's a double play ball, but at least he got one.
I think we're going to see Matt Garza spending a lot of time on the half field down in Mesa next year. There's a diamond down there that really is just an infield. There's no outfield grass. It's just the infield grass, the infield dirt. You use that small field for working on drills, turning double plays, bunt defenses, and for pitchers fielding practice. And I have a feeling Matt Garza is going to spend a lot of time on that half field.
Kyle Blanks, towering first baseman. Yeah, the paradox in terms of Matt Garza, and I think it's part of why he works so slowly. Everything he does in terms of preparing to make every pitch, to make every start, everything he does, he takes an exorbitant amount of time. But once the ball's in play, looks like he's going 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Yep.
He's talked about trying to keep himself calm.
We've used that cliche many times this year, slowing the game down. He does it very well between pitches and between innings. Needs a little work once that ball's put into play.
Sliders low and outside.
Yeah, and quite honestly, Len, I'm surprised more teams haven't tried to bunt on Matt Garza, knowing that he's had some defensive issues in his first year in the National League, but we haven't really seen anybody even attempt to bunt for a base hit on Garza.
Blank's 2010 season was derailed due to Tommy John surgery, and he gets a hold of one to deep left center. It's going to rest along the warning track as the Padres will get 2 on a long double. That's a 3-run homer in a lot of ballparks. He hit it a ton. And it's 2-0 San Diego.
Yeah, be glad you're at Petco Park tonight. At Wrigley Field, there would be a fan throwing that ball back on the field right about now. Big Kyle Blanks down and through. A lot of backspin on that drive to the gap. You can see the 401 mark right behind Marlon Byrd there as he tracks it down from his center field position. A 2-run double for big Kyle Blanks.
Matt Garza had a 13-inning scoreless streak against the Padres before that double. And a 1-ball count on Luis Martinez.
You touched on it in the open of this show, Len, how important it is to score first in this ballpark. Make the other team come back, because the home run ball does not figure to be much of a factor. I mean, this is the big leagues, and a lot of hitters can hit the ball out of this ballpark, but with a lead in a game, if you can hit your spots as a pitcher and force the Cubs in this case to string together several base hits to score a run, it's going to be tough to get back into the game. But as we say all the time, pitchers make mistakes, especially young Anthony Bass. Only his 3rd start at the major league level.
Well, the Padres are 47-21 when they score first. When the opposition does, they're 23-69 because they struggle scoring runs. But they have scored first in both of these games. These are the things that don't show up in the box score, but if Garza had been able to start a double play, at the very least, even if Blanks had hit that same ball, there would have been 1 run, not 2. And as Martinez walks, and it'll bring up the pitcher, Bass. It might sound like we're nitpicking, and I guess we are, because Garza's been the Cubs' most consistent starter. But it really isn't about the pitching with him. The only thing he needs to do is just tighten up that defense, and he has a chance to be one of the elite guys in this league.
I mean, there's no doubt Matt Garza's a strikeout fly ball pitcher. He doesn't feature a sinker. His curveball will get his share of ground balls, and occasionally his changeup will result in a ground ball, but I just don't think he's accustomed to having a lot of balls put in play in his direction. Bunt is used infrequently in the American League because of the designated hitter. You're not really forced to field your position that much as a pitcher in the American League, but it's a big part of the game over here in the National League.
Fair ball, and Soto will get Bass. He's hitless on the year, but he puts 2 in scoring position. That's his first sacrifice. Venable, 2 outs. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. Swing and a miss. Over Garza's last 10 starts, he has a 2.21 earned run average. He hasn't allowed more than 3 earned runs in any of those 10 starts. 0-2. outside. Good location on an 0-2 pitch.
Should come right back with that same curveball he got Venable to chase on the first 2 pitches of this sequence.
And he goes with a hard slider in the dirt. 2-2. Giovanni Soto, who will be able to rest for a while here in a couple of days. Casey Coleman last night was really good until he tripled in the 6th to break up the Matt Latos no-hitter, and he admitted he was tired when he went back out to the mound. Should have slowed things down a bit. Said he actually was a little dizzy. Swing and a miss on a fastball as Venable was late. They do get a pair, however, on the blanks double. It's 2-0 Padres.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. Every Bears game.
Game ends, you flip over to Comcast SportsNet. Every single week, you watch Bears Postgame Live as Dan Jiggets, Howard Griffith, and Jim Miller break down the game with me.
Expert analysis.
They did what they had to do to win the football game.
Teams can't compete against the Bears' speed. That's just my opinion of it.
It's easy to improve, though, when you got a win under your belt.
Press conferences and player interviews.
What does it taste like, Jigs?
Victory. Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute, only on Comcast SportsNet.
Tomorrow, Pat and Eddie are back. Blackhawks hockey on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in to CSN as Jonathan Taves leads the Hawks into a preseason showdown with their arch rivals, the Red Wings. Coverage kicks off at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live from the United Center. Wings and Hawks tomorrow night at 7, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Just about the time Pat Foley got his handicap down where he wanted it, it's time to go back to work.
That's right. Matt Garza will lead things off for the Cubs, trailing 2-0. Nothing in 1 the count. Anthony Bass making just his 3rd start. First start for him at home. His 2 wins have come, believe it or not, at Coors Field against the Rockies. His Major League debut on June 13th, and then his last start 6 days ago as he makes quick work of Garza for his 2nd strikeout. Comes Starlin Castro, singled on the very first pitch of the game before later being caught stealing. Slider caught the inside corner. Bob, I chatted with Bud Black today and talked to Randy Bush, Cubs interim general manager, just about their thoughts on pitching in this ballpark. And I said to both guys, do you think the confidence a pitcher has pitching in this spacious yard actually makes that guy's stuff better? And they both said yes. And Bud Black added, because I said, do guys pitch that way on the road too? That's deep to right, but it's going to be caught by Hermida. Has that translated on the road? He said, I think it has. He said, but it allows you to be more aggressive here. He said, I think that generally being more aggressive is the way to get people out. He said, when you go to Cincinnati or Philadelphia, what really hurts you in those ballparks would be the walks, not necessarily the home runs.
Well, I think you're more likely to deliver pitches with conviction in this ballpark too. Because even if you do make a slight mistake, you've got a chance to get away with it. In some of the other ballparks that you mentioned, you can make a good pitch and be penalized because of the small dimensions, the way the ball carries. So then suddenly you start pitching scared. You pitch away from contact, you nibble, you start walking guys, and that's when you have big innings. But in this ballpark, every reason for a pitcher to challenge that strike zone, especially up and out over the plate.
The two starters last night were very good. Darwin Barney flies out to Hermida. Quick 1-2-3 in the Cubs' third shutdown inning for Bass. 2-0 Pods.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
Wingstop, the wing experts. School.
Tomorrow, the excitement of Blackhawks hockey is back on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in for a preseason battle with the Hawks' biggest rival as they take on the Wings at the UC. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings, tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Hey fans, now you have even more opportunities to visit the friendly confines. The Wrigley Field tour schedule has recently been extended to include more dates in September and October. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, dugouts, and even a chance to step on the field. For the entire fall schedule or to purchase tickets, call 1-800-THE-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Matt Garza ready to work here in the bottom of the third. He'll face Bartlett, Maben, and Headley. It's been a struggle for the Padres offensively all year. Their leading home run guys, not even with a team anymore. Ryan Ludwig, who's now with the Pirates with 11 home runs. Cameron Maben has 9. That's amazing. Ludwig was the RBI leader with 64 in 101 games. Next on the list, Guzman and Headley with 44 apiece. Hitting is .237 as a team. As we said last night, they strike out a lot for a team that doesn't hit home runs.
Cousins. I really think the deliberate pace that Matt Garza is pitching with tonight is working against him.
And he didn't look too thrilled to go through his windup and not throw a pitch. 0-2. Facing his former teammate Jason Bartlett. And they were teammates two different places, Minnesota and the Rays. Castro scoops it up. You know, it does make you wonder. I mean, Bartlett's very aware of the MO of Matt Garza. If he knew that asking for time late might rattle him a little bit.
Not only that, but showing bunt on the first pitch. Yeah, maybe just trying to get between his ears a little bit.
Garza and Bartlett were involved in the same deal in November of 07. They went to the Tampa Bay in the Delman Young trade. And Ramirez gets Maben. Two ground ball outs. And here comes Headley, who had a leadoff single in the second and later would score on the double by Kyle Blanks.
You mentioned the lack of home run power in this Padres offensive lineup. I'll tell you what, Cameron Maben looks like he wants to be a guy to hit 30 home runs a year. Watched him take batting practice today. Making some mighty swings, trying to hit that Western Metal Supply building out there in left field. And as you said, only 9 on the season.
Red Sox did hang on and beat the Orioles 8-7. I saw a quote from Terry Francona. He said, "This is good for baseball, just not my stomach." So it all comes down to tomorrow. They're all tied, and the Cardinals are leading. So there could be a tie in the National League. And it hits home a little bit to my partner, because you're not quite sure where you're going to be on Thursday just yet. You'll be calling the first round on TBS, and there are a couple of play-in games. You've got one of them.
Yeah, if there are 2 play-in games, one in each league, obviously, I will go to St. Louis to cover that game, and then on to Philadelphia to get the Phillies and whoever they play in the first round. Just pack a bag and be ready.
Dugouts here in San Diego. The steps into the dugout are ridiculously wide. So if you're sitting in that area, you've got nothing to protect you in front. Third strikeout for Garza, his second 1-2-3 inning. San Diego leads 2-0 after 3.
Always warmed up and ready to go. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Whoa. Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Brighten up the night with a Heath Zenith Dual Bright Outdoor Carriage Light. It automatically turns on to 20% brightness at dusk and increases to 100% when motion is detected. Choose from 3 finishes, $39.98 after rebate. Save energy with Whirlpool. This 12-cycle high-efficiency front-load washer has a tumble fresh option to prevent wrinkles. This matching 9-cycle dryer has 5 temperature settings. Your choice, $599 each.
Save big money at Menards.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
I host a pretty good game, but to be the best, I needed a little coaching.
That's where I came in. The world's best party needs the world's most refreshing beer. Stack that Coors Light. Make those mountains blue. You're dogging it, ding dong. Wake up. These are frost-brewed fundamentals. Work it, hit it. Gee whiz, Kyle.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Coach?
Tomorrow, catch the final White Sox game of the regular season as they battle the Jays at home. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Galaxy White Sox pregame live. Don't miss White Sox Blue Jays tomorrow at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Time now for our AT&T trivia question. Dave Winfield and that guy, Tony Gwynn, are the only Padre Hall of Famers. Can you name the other 7 former Padres in the Hall? So essentially, Winfield and Gwynn went in with the Padre cap on, but there are 7 other members of the Hall who at one time played for the Padres, and both Hall of Famers are here. And there's another one also in the ballpark, but he's not in the Hall of Fame yet. Trevor Hoffman, we saw him on the field during batting practice. He'll be the 3rd. As Aramis Ramirez gives it a ride, Maben back to the wall, gone. Just over the 396 sign for Aramis, back in the lineup tonight, and he just cranked his 26th of the year. Cubs finally get a run in this series. Took him 13 innings to do so.
Our HP home run replay, Aramis Ramirez going to straightaway center field. If you weren't with us last night, it's better to hit it to straightaway center field than just to the left or right of straightaway center, where it gets considerably deeper. Brian LaHare last night in the ball game was penalized for hitting a ball just to the left to straightaway center instead of flying out the way Aramis Ramirez ball did. It was caught right up against the barrier at the 401 mark.
Oh, and 2 on Pena. We were talking with Tony Gwynn, and I said, you know, we refer to you a lot during our broadcasts when we're talking about hitting, how slump proof you were. His longest offer was 18 at bats. 0 for 18. He said it was in his 18th year in the majors, and I said, how did it make you feel? He said, like I would never get a hit again. And the point of that is, if Tony Gwynn, of all people, could think that 18 years into his career, you know how hard a game this is, because he made it look easy. All right, so 7 Hall of Famers who are Padres. The few that just jumped to mind easily were Raleigh Fingers, Ozzie Smith, Ricky Henderson, Goose Gossage would be another one. So I think we've got 4 of the 7. Any other names jump to mind off the top of your head?
No.
Well, the good thing is Padre history only goes back to 1969. Ground ball right to the shortstop, Bartlett in the overshift, and he throws him out. You going to go to the media guide?
Of course.
Now Brian LaHare. Two of the three left, I believe, are pitchers. As Hudson takes care of LaHare, and we will get the answer for you here. 7 members in addition to Winfield and Gwynn. Played for the Padres at one time, Hall of Famers. Roberto Alomar, Willie McCovey, and Gaylord Perry.
I thought Gaylord Perry, I was pretty sure that he had pitched here. He went in as a Giant.
Good stuff on our AT&T trivia question tonight. Alfonso Soriano.
Easy for Alfonso Soriano to check his swing with that big, heavy bat, but in the estimation of first base umpire Mark Ripperger, he was able to check and now draws the base on balls.
Second walk given up by Bass. Well, we could have a lot of fun with Padres starting pitcher's surname tonight. If he doesn't pitch well, he'll get the hook. If he gets out of a jam, he'll get off the hook.
I've seen birds pull bass right out of the water before.
He'll try to get Bird to go fishing in this at bat. And the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. Maybe scaled back a little on the fastball.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, we got to get it all out of our systems with 2 days left. One and two.
Seen Harry the Heckler this series. I'm sure he's out there in left field somewhere with his old school Padres uniform on.
It's usually pretty easy to spot.
That's real old school Padres.
It's like an old minor league Padres uniform.
National League left fielders will tell you he has a large mouth.
Line to left. Venable makes the catch. So Bass is off his perch and into the dugout. As Aramis Ramirez casts one deep to center, and it's 2-1.
A lot's changed since 1983. The first time the Honda Accord got on Car and Driver's 10 Best list. What didn't change? The Accord being on that Car and Driver's 10 Best list. A record 25 times, beating out the bogus competition on top. All tubular. And right now, you can get a great deal on one. No way. Why? Rad deals to the max. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Wherever I go is hot. Not because of this dress, but because I have Xfinity. I can catch up and keep up with the hottest shows from all the major networks on demand. Satellite has nothing like this.
Switch to the Xfinity Triple Play for $99 a month for the first 12 months. And with Sure Price Guarantee, you'll get a guaranteed rate for 2 years. Plus, get HD DVR service free for 3 months. There's no term contract required, so it's risk-free. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Mark.
Welcome to Midas.
I'm Claire. My car's making a funny noise.
All right, let's have a look at it. So how'd you hear about us?
Mark at Midas.
When you treat people right, word gets around.
Oh, you know. You hear things.
Midas. Total car care, total customer care.
This fourth inning is brought to you by Fourth Meal from Taco Bell. Open 1 a.m. or later. Hey, it's the chicken. At one point, it was a San Diego chicken. I don't know what his official moniker is these days, but this is... he's now the famous chicken. This is where he became famous. Clearly had some Red Bull before the game.
I think so. He's whipping several fans into a frenzy.
Tell you what, this is a pretty good crowd for a Tuesday night here in San Diego, with the Padres in last place in their division. There's 2 games to go. 26,000 plus last night. Breaking ball is rolled past Carlos Pena, just slowed it down, and Orlando Hudson and Matt Garza had kind of a semi-collision at first base. Looked like Hudson was trying to avoid running into Garza. And that's a base hit. Hudson is 2 for 2.
Looked like it hit off the thumb of Carlos Pena's glove. Kicked into foul territory right there. I tell you, that's unnecessary kindness there by Orlando Hudson. He should have tried to make contact with Matt Garza. He may have been awarded second base.
One strike on Hermida. Inside corner strike, 0-2. That's a Hall of Famer right there, the mascot Hall of Fame. Fastball outside.
Where is the mascot Hall of Fame?
Mascot, Tennessee. I don't know. Furry, Pennsylvania. Ooh.
I know that they probably hold their annual induction ceremony at the hotel we stay at in Pittsburgh.
want to stop on by. But the induction ceremony is in Philadelphia.
Yuppie still waiting by the phone.
Back. In case you're wondering, the first class of the Mascot Hall of Fame was in 2005. The Philly Fanatic, the Suns Gorilla, Phoenix Suns, and the famous Chicken made up that first class. The next year, Bucky the Badger from Wisconsin, Aubie from Auburn, and Udi the Fighting Blue Hen from Delaware went in. Just missed. 3-2. Mr. Met in 2007. Slider. The Cleveland Indians in 2008. Baseball well represented. Hudson takes off, swing and a miss, and no throw by Soto. I wondered if he got hit on the backswing by Hermida, but apparently not. Kind of wondering if he should have just thrown. Let's see.
Yeah, throw the ball and make contact with Hermida if you possibly can. Yeah, right there. Even if you just let the ball go and bump that hitter in any way, shape, or form, you're going to get the call. It's against everything. Your first instinct is to avoid that batter, but in order to get a call and get the guy out at second base, you have to throw the ball and you have to make contact with the hitter as he falls out there across home plate. Talking about former Padres, Benito Santiago was the best I ever saw at that. A base runner could have a huge jump at first. The pitcher would deliver the ball slow to home plate. It would be an off-speed pitch. The batter would swing and miss, and Benito would go out of his way to make contact with the hitter. Sometimes even going into the batter's box as he threw the ball to second base, but he got more calls than any catcher I've ever seen.
Blanks with a 2-run double in the second. Gave the Padres the lead. He couldn't hold. 2-2. Castro to Pena. Hudson still at second. Martinez walked his first time up. Third stint with the Padres this season. This time of year, the Padres, like the Cubs and most other teams, have 3 catchers on the roster. Nick Hundley, the starter. Rob Johnson also available. We're only entering the 4th inning, and you see Garza already with 75 pitches. Love to see Matt get his 10th win and at least finish the year at 500. Line to Castro on the broken bat. And that ends the inning. Leadoff single, a steal, but no runs as Hudson stranded at second.
Think about it. With everything you do, it's nice to have a vehicle that can keep up with you. It's the Chevy season of doing.
Here's some advice you can use. Put the Chevy Traverse on your to-do list. With seating for 8, when you need to get things done, it's the right thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on Chevy Traverse. See your Chevy dealer today.
All football season, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet. Mondays at 4:30, go live to Hellas Hall with United Bears recap. Wednesdays and Thursdays, Bears Blitz, presented by Jimmy John's, breaks down the game and gets you set for Sunday. Thursday nights at 11, get a player's take on Countdown to Kickoff with Lance Briggs. And after every game, Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute, brings you the most inside analysis and postgame interviews in Chicago. All season long, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Text footlong to 29653. If you are the 500th texter, you could win $5 footlong subs from Subway.
And the Chicago Cubs and Groupon will celebrate the 25th anniversary of a Chicago classic, Ferris Bueller's Day Off, with a special movie night inside legendary Wrigley Field this Saturday at 7 o'clock. Tickets in the bleachers are $10. Tickets on the outfield are $25. And a special VIP ticket with a pre-party at the Captain Morgan Club is $75. For more information, visit Groupon.com or Cubs.com.
The question isn't what are we going to do. The question is what aren't we going to do. Soto bounces, diving attempt by Headley, a jump throw by Bartlett, and Soto beats it out. An awkward landing at first base as Soto kind of lunged toward the bag. Good effort by Bartlett. It's an infield hit.
Bartlett very adept at throwing from all kinds of angles. Even on his routine throws across the diamond, he has kind of a sidearm flip. This time the old jump toss across the diamond, and Soto in that last lunge for the bag right there kind of drug his right foot over the base to make sure he touched it.
Nice job by Garza to get down the bunt. That's how you do it. Goes 1-4. It looked like Gio almost missed the front of the base. Well, that's the kind of play where you can end up on the DL for 6 weeks like Ricky Weeks did. You land in the wrong spot. No, he just pulled his toe over the base.
That's why he stumbled after the bag. He drug that right toe or dragged that right toe. What is it?
It's dragged.
Dragged, yeah. Okay. Dragged his right toe across that bag and then kind of lost his balance after crossing the base.
Couple of shots here to tie it up. Castro takes a strike.
Possibly a short leash for Anthony Bass. They had relief action up as they were approaching his spot in the lineup in the bottom half of the 4th inning.
Josh Spence is the lefty. Brad Brock is the right-hander. Line to left. That's about the fourth line out the Cubs have had to Will Venable. Marlon Byrd has a couple of them. Can't get it a base hit. Soto's got to be stopped by Ivan De Jesus. Strong throw from Hermida, and it's cut off by Blanks. Really no chance to send Soto. So that'll go down as a hit with a runner in scoring position, even though it did not score a run.
Much like the old ballpark here in San Diego, old Jack Murphy Stadium / Qualcomm Stadium. Very fast grass. The ball gets through the infield in a hurry. It gets to the outfielders in a hurry. No chance that time for Soto to score on a base hit to right.
Ramirez, who homered in his second at bat. That was the fourth inning. Now bats with 2 on. Tomorrow may be his final game as a Chicago Cub, and like Derek Lee, he will end his career as a Cub if in fact that's the case. He was one of the elite hitters in the history of the franchise. Foul tip, strike 2.
You mentioned that home run for Ramirez, leading off the fourth inning to straightaway center field on the first offering he saw.
The Cubs all-time on-base plus slugging list according to Baseball Reference. Derek Lee 4th, Aramis 5th. Behind Hank Wilson, Sammy Sosa, and Ray Grimes. Cubs leave a couple. They still trail. It's 2-1.
Mild manner with a 0 banner. It's Superhero 0.
All 2011 Nissans got to go at Arlington Nissan.
Get 0 APR with 0 down on new 2011 Versas, Sentras, Altimas, Maximas, Armadas, and more.
Bob Rohrman. Nobody beats Bob. Nobody. Chicagoland's largest volume Nissan dealership is Bob Rohrman Arlington Nissan, corner of Route 53 and Dundee Road.
Jack Link's Beef Jerky presents Messin' with Sasquatch.
Very useful, I think. Oh my gosh. Tim.
Jack Link's Jerky. Feed your wild side.
At Transamerica, we are the tomorrow makers. We're making tomorrows like clockwork. For all the different things our customers planned for. Like a college education. Or the perfect wedding.
I love you tomorrow.
We're making them a better financial future. What can we make with you? Transamerica. Transform tomorrow.
Hi, everyone. Luke Stuckmeyer here with a Coors Light Cold Blast Sportsnet Central update. Ozzie Guillen left the White Sox last night. Mark Buehrle might be next, but tonight he finished his season in style. Plus, Derrick Rose was out and about in Chicago discussing the possibility of playing overseas during the lockout. I'll have that plus full highlights from San Diego on Sportsnet Central. But now back to Len and Bob.
Bottom of the 5th, Aaron Cunningham is going to bat for Anthony Bass. It was pretty good tonight through 5 innings. He has a chance to qualify for the win. Well, if only if it could have been Steve Trout against Anthony Bass tonight.
Oh, man.
Wouldn't that have been something?
The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim have a Mike Trout playing in the outfield.
And Tim Salmon at one time. Blown outside, ball one. A strike, 2-1. And the wind of the pitch. Close, didn't get it. 3-1. Don Cooper is 1-0 as a Major League manager. The White Sox beat the Blue Jays 2-1. Mark Buehrle, questions about whether that was his final start with the White Sox. He got his 13th win.
Coop ought to just walk away right now.
Well, I'm guessing he won't be their manager after tomorrow, so he can walk away after tomorrow night. He'll either be 2-0 or 1-1. Late swing by Cunningham, and he lined it foul off to the right. That was an awkward 3-1 swing.
Some indecision on the part of Cunningham. On 3-1, most hitters are looking for a fastball in their happy zone, but he got a breaking pitch that ended up in the strike zone, and all of a sudden he went into 2-strike mode. Felt like he had to protect and at least foul off that breaking pitch.
Chicken has now gone over to the Cubs dugout. He made a noise.
I've never heard the chicken make a noise before.
After 30-some years, he's finally learned how to talk. And as Cunningham takes a leadoff walk.
Hey fans, check out the new Cubs Kids Club presented by ComEd, the official kids club of the Chicago Cubs. Help your favorite young Cub fan earn his or her pinstripes as a member of the Cubs Kids Club, and they'll receive kids-specific perks, experiences, and merchandise throughout the 2011 baseball season. Visit Cubs.com to sign up today.
Holding on the runner at first. That puts a big hole over there on the right side for the left-handed hitting Will Venable, and a huge jump by Cunningham. Venable's going to ground out, but if he had to do it over again, he might have taken that pitch. I mean, Cunningham had 3 or 4 steps before Garza even started. Look at this.
Yeah, not easy for a left-handed hitter to see that action over there at first base. For a right-handed hitter, you can pick it up out of your peripheral vision, and if you see a big jump like that, absolutely you take the pitch and allow that guy to steal himself into scoring position. But for a left-handed hitter, you can't really see what's going on over your right shoulder. So Venable had a pitch to his liking and grounded it weakly to Darwin Barney at second.
Bartlett swings and misses at a slider. Cardinals lead 13-6 at Houston in the ninth. So barring a miraculous comeback, going to have a tie top the wild card in both leagues. Pretty stylish Friar there, wouldn't you say?
It's the coolest Friar I've ever seen.
He's a deep fryer. Swing and a miss. Got him. Such a tough pitch to lay off. 1 strikeout per inning, literally, for Garza tonight. So you've got the chicken and the fryer. Maben hitting third tonight, 0 for 2. Double by Kyle Blanks in the second. Leadoff homer by Aramis Ramirez in the fourth. That's it for the scoring to this point. Watch Comcast Sportsnet Cub replays on demand with Xfinity only from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Swing and a miss. Inning over. Padres 2, Cubs 1.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do I penalize for each bag fee?
I would.
$120 round trip in bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow. Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac?
Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I scream it too. There's nothing that, there ain't nothing that I need.
Well, holy moly, real vibe. You're the apple of my eye. Girl, I never loved one like you. Oh, let me go home.
Didn't think Toyota value could get any better? How's this for a start? Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, the first complimentary maintenance plan offered by any full-line brand. Get coverage for 2 years or 25,000 miles and 24/7 roadside assistance. Peace of mind. Only better. And right now, your local Toyota dealer is offering amazing 0% APR financing on 8 of your favorite Toyota models. Toyota.
Tomorrow, the excitement of Blackhawks hockey is back on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in for a preseason battle with the Hawks' biggest rival as they take on the Wings at the UC. Coverage begins at 7 with Chevy Blackhawks pregame live. Blackhawks Red Wings, tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities join host David Kaplan to discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Chicago Tribune Live, presented by Captain Morgan, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Here's lefty Joe Thatcher. Left shoulder surgery on May 2nd. So he started the season on the 60-day DL and wasn't reinstated until early August. This guy's been deadly against lefties in the last couple of years. Pretty easy spot for Bud Black to put him into the game with Pena and LaHare back-to-back in the Cubs lineup.
And you see that low three-quarters delivery from Thatcher. Throws a fastball and a slider from that low arm angle. You can see why he's tough on left-handed hitters.
Well, what a year he had last year. 1.29 ERA. Only gave up a run in 4 of his 65 outings. Faced one batter in over half his outings last year. That's the definition of what we call a loogie. Lefty one-out guy.
And he does all the things you would expect from a left-handed specialist. Very closed stance out of that stretch as he gets his sign from the catcher. And I mentioned that low arm angle, kind of a crossfire across his body.
He signed with Milwaukee after parts of 2 seasons with the River City Rascals of the Independent Frontier League. I know you're a big fan of that team. Line to Blanks, who made the catch. Yet another Cubs line out. Number 6, right-fielder Brian LaHare.
A story on FoxSports.com that says that White Sox general manager Kenny Williams offered to step aside because some of the moves that he made in the offseason and in recent years haven't quite panned out the way the White Sox had hoped. Doesn't anybody want to work over there?
I have a feeling there will be a new revelation every day for quite a while in terms of that story. Eight unanswered runs for the Cardinals, and they won tonight 13-6 in Houston. Those dashes mean a tie. American League and National League. With 1 day to go. What remarkable. The Braves had an 8.5 game lead on September 6th. The Red Sox were up 9 on September 3rd. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And here comes Bud Black. Thatcher did his job, faced 2 lefties, got them both. And with Alfonso Soriano due up, he'll make a change. Ernesto Frieri will enter the game. It is the Toyota call to the pen. We'll be back.
Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Finish yard work fast with Yardman. This electric blower vac mulcher features a 12-amp motor and produces up to a 157-mile-per-hour airflow. It includes a vacuum attachment and bag, $59.99 after rebate. Make your projects easier with Stanley hand tools and storage. Choose from a wide selection of hand saws, tape measures, screwdrivers, toolboxes, and more. They're all 25% off. Menards, everyday low prices.
Save big money at Menards.
You know what sells? Sex. You know what it sells? Beer. It won't sell an important thing like a car. What will? Well, the Honda Civic received a 2011 Highest Initial Quality Award from J.D. Power and Associates, and right now you can get a stellar deal on one. That's what sells a car. But a little bit of sex doesn't hurt. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
I
I host a pretty good game, but to be the best, I needed a little coaching.
That's where I came in. The world's best party needs the world's most refreshing beer. Stack that Coors Light. Make those mountains blue. You're dogging it, ding dong. Wake up. These are frost-proof fundamentals. Work it, hit it. Gee whiz, Kyle.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Yes! Coach?
The Toyota call to the pen. Ernesto Frieri gives up a 191 average to righties, so he's on the pace. Alfonso Soriano. This is September baseball. The epitome of it, matching up. I mean, this is the type of inning, Bob, you normally would see in the 8th, maybe the 7th. We're only in the 6th.
Well, when you've got a 10 or 11 man bullpen available, might as well. Frieri, pitching in his 58th ball game of the season, has surrendered only 49 hits in 61 innings of work. Fastball, curveball, occasional slider, occasional changeup.
Soriano with a single and a walk tonight. Been talking about possibly the end of the Carlos Zambrano era with the Cubs. Aramis Ramirez as well, but Alfonso Soriano will be back. He has 3 more years on his contract. Two and 0. Swing and a miss. 2 and 1. Some other notes from around baseball. Adam Dunn struck out 3 times tonight. 177 this year. That's a new White Sox record. Two and 2. Ian Kinsler now in the 30-30 club. See Matt Kemp, Ryan Braun, Jacoby Ellsbury, and now Ian Kinsler. And he got him. So Frieri fans Soriano, and the Cubs go down in order in the 6th.
Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Give your home a distinctive look with Cast Natural Stone. It's manufactured to give the appearance of real stone, but without the price. Great for siding, fireplaces, and more. Available in 15 styles, only $3.99 a square foot after rebate. Finish the look with new aluminum soffit and fascia from Cell-Even. It's low maintenance and available in 14 colors. Right now, all Cell-Even soffit and fascia is 10% off.
Save big money at Menards.
Tomorrow, catch the final White Sox game of the regular season as they battle the Jays at home. Coverage begins at 12:30 with Galaxy White Sox pregame live. Don't miss White Sox Blue Jays tomorrow at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
He scores! They score!
Here at Comcast Sportsnet, we like to welcome every new batch of interns to the big leagues. It's just a way to show they're a part of the team.
White Stars, Mr. Boyle?
Medium. Always medium. Because if you want to be fans' best friend, you got to earn it.
Catch us on Sportsnet Central and CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Intern!
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group. Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Fast 5. Own it on Blu-ray and DVD October 4th.
In 2012, your best customers and guests are ready to play. The Wrigley Field Experience allows for your group to host an event at Wrigley Field on a non-game day. Event packages include batting practice, softball games, and much more. For more details, including 2012 dates and pricing, please call 773-404-4161 or visit Cubs.com/premier.
Matt Garza will start the bottom of the 6th, trailing 2-1. His final outing of the year. Last 2 starts, threw a ton of pitches. 247, in fact, in 18 innings. 124 career high, and then 123. He's at 93 through 5. So you have to think he's got another inning, maybe 2 left, depending on how quickly he can work through this lineup. One to Headley is a curveball inside. Three and one. To fill it up 3-2. Pirates lost 6-4 in Milwaukee tonight. Pirates now a game and a half ahead of the Cubs for 4th. Best the Cubs can do now is tie the Pirates for 4th at season's end. Ground ball right to Castro.
Well, then we were talking about Starlin Castro refining the other aspects of his game to the point that he has done with his offense this year. We were talking to Bobby Dernier about it today, and the one thing that he said that really put it into perspective for me was when he said, "What were you doing when you were 21 years old?" I wasn't thinking about a lot of the things that are important to me in the game of baseball now. I was thinking about where the next happy hour was, for crying out loud. But it's so easy to take for granted because he is so physically gifted, especially with that bat in his hands. It may take a while for the rest to reach the level that he's reached already offensively.
And here he is again.
He's really cut down on his mistakes on the routine ground balls. That seemed to be the biggest issue he had in the first half of the season, was on that routine 2 or 3 hopper hit right at him. Either he'd lose his focus or take a little too long to get rid of the ball. Made a lot of low throws across the diamond, but with a lot of hard work, he's gotten a better rhythm with his feet out there at shortstop. That puts him in a better throwing position, and we've seen mostly very strong throws right on the numbers across that diamond. It's amazing how much easier it is when you have your entire body working together to make those plays. You got your feet doing one thing and your arm doing another thing and your head's going a different direction. It's tough to make good throws. And once you get everything working together, it becomes second nature.
Hermida, who's grounded out and struck out. Garza's just going over 100 pitches. He's due up third in the top of the seventh, so this will almost undoubtedly be his final inning, if not his final batter of the season, if he can get Hermida. This is his 197th inning. Ooh, a little flinch by Darrell Cousins, 3-2. Do you think Matt wanted that one?
Oh, yeah. He wants all the borderline pitches. Take another look at it on our Corona Extra pitch tracks. He appeared to be off the plate inside, but you could tell by his reaction that Garza really wanted that one.
And he got him on a slider. So that's probably it for Matt Garza this season. 2-1 Padres.
We want to thank our good friends at Edward Jones for another successful season. The Edward Jones Player of the Month for his play in the month of September is Aramis Ramirez, who was presented the award by Jason Clark of Edward Jones. Edward Jones, making sense of investing. Member SIPC.
Your friend told you they love their pilot. You read about how reliable Hondas are, and still, you waited. What if I told you the Odyssey was a 2011 top safety pick? Or that Kelley Blue Book rated the CR-V highest resale value, and you can get a great deal on all three. Still not convinced? Well, that's when you go from shrewd consumer guy to weird moon landing denier guy. Don't be that guy. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
We're good at tailgating, but to be great, well, you need a little coaching.
That's where I come in. Coach, are we running super cold activation today? Always, Gary. Only Coors Light tells you when your beer goes from cold to super cold. Frost brewed on 3. 1, 2, 3. Frost brewed. Ice down those Coors Lights, baby. Ice.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching.
Nice crossing pattern, Randy. We're tailgating at the next level. Don't do it. Don't you do it.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
A little help, guys.
Be amazed for 99 cents. Our 99-cent chicken flatbread sandwiches, now in 2 bold flavors, only at Taco Bell.
Tomorrow morning, start your day with the Dan Patrick Show on Comcast Sportsnet. Tune in as Dan talks with celebrities, sports media personalities, and hometown basketball sensation Dwayne Wade. Get your sports day started with the Dan Patrick Show tomorrow morning from 8 to 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. So Matt Garza will finish the season with a 3.34 earned run average, and boy, I'd love to see the Cubs at least get 2 here and give him a chance at his 10th win. He has deserved a much better fate in terms of his record as Frieri starts Marlon Byrd with a breaking ball that's fouled off. I guess it's possible he could hit.
Let's see how the inning unfolds here. I mean, in a start like this, pitch count really becomes insignificant. During the regular season, you want to closely monitor pitch count because you know you're going to send the guy back out there again in 5 days. You don't want to overtax anybody. But in your final start of the season, with a chance to even your record at 10-10 with very little else to play for, see how this inning unfolds here. He may get a chance.
I think it depends on what happens to the first 2 guys. If neither reaches, there's a chance he could get that at bat with 2 outs, nobody on. But if anybody gets on, can't imagine he would be allowed to hit as the outs are starting to dwindle. And a ground ball in the hole. Bartlett sets his feet, gets rid of it very quickly, and that wasn't even close at first. What a play by Bartlett.
I mentioned it a couple of innings ago, Len. Jason Bartlett has that unique ability to throw from just about any angle. Now, that time he knew he had to get something extra on the throw, so he came up and threw overhand, which he rarely does on routine balls. He has a little sidearm flip that he'll throw across the diamond on a routine grounder. If he has to charge the ball, he can throw it underhanded on a bare hand play, and that time able to get up on top and get a little extra on the throw. Giovanni Soto will love to hear this. Our Xfinity high-speed action is Gio running down that first baseline. Knows it's going to be a close play. Lunges at the bag. Has to drag his toe across to make sure he hits the base. That is some high-speed action right there. Oh, man. Up on the side of the jaw there, kind of snuck around the side of the catcher's mask, hit him on the chest protector, and looked like it came up and hit him in the side of the face.
Three and one. Garza is on deck. Three and two. He went after the high fastball.
You mentioned it earlier, Len. That's a tough pitch to lay off of for any hitter. Any pitch that's up in the strike zone or even up out of the strike zone looks bigger. I know visually that's not possible, but it looks bigger than a pitch that's down in the zone. Looks like it should be so easy to hit.
Garza looks back into the dugout, and he is going to take the at-bat. Tyler Colvin will pinch run for Soto. Garza's job's to get down a bunt. Foul tip, caught part of the bat. Not sure what Garza's talking with home plate umpire Darryl Cousins about. We could hear it.
Yeah, you could hear the double thud, the contact with the bat and then the contact with the catcher's mitt.
Door breaking ball, and it was inside. 1-2. Well, Garza will chat with Ivan De Jesus.
Now, on that Corona extra pitch tracks, maybe got back to the inside corner, but the body language of Matt Garza made it appear that pitch was a lot further inside than it really was.
He strikes out. Two down with Castro coming up.
after Matt Garza goes to that half field to work on PFPs and fielding drills, they'll probably do some bunting too.
Only got one down earlier. That was in the 5th. Swing and a miss. That didn't look like a swing to send one back up the middle for a base hit. That looked like I'm trying to hit the Western Metal Supply Company building.
And we've seen more of those swings here in the last week or so of this season. Pick your count. First pitch, 2-0, 3-1. Obvious hitters counts where you're likely to get a good pitch to hit. He's been more willing to let it go.
Hit. Colvin with the play in front of him will round second, and he will reach third. You absolutely have to be right, and Colvin was with 2 outs.
Another ball right on the button by Starlin Castro. A rope line drive coming right at your living room. I don't know what the players call that nowadays. We used to call it ghosting. You run hard from first to second, and you kind of lean back a little bit, give the appearance that you're going to stop at second base, and if you sense any relaxation on the part of that center fielder, you turn it on and go ahead and run to third base. That time Maben got to the ball in good shape, but was very lackadaisical about getting it back in, and Colvin took advantage.
The Toyota call to the pen. Luke Gregerson coming on.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving.
Do a penalized for each bag fee? I would. $120 round trip and bag fees?
Man, that's a low blow. Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Whoa, you went to a Subway restaurant. What are you saving up for? Are you buying a private island?
No.
Building your own space station?
No.
Are you getting a robot butler?
No.
Upgrading to bionic legs?
What? No.
Are you building a secret city at the bottom of the ocean?
No. I just like saving money on the food I like.
Oh, I knew that.
Right now, you can get a super combo for only $5. That's any regular 6-inch sub plus today's soup for only $5. Subway, eat fresh.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
Chicago area native Luke Gregerson is on.
See his numbers on the season. Slider mania from Luke Gregerson. He throws that slider over 57% of the time. He only throws his fastball about 38% of the time. Darwin Barney's going to have a hole on that right side of the infield. That right-handed slider figures to work its way toward the outside part of the plate against a right-handed hitter. Like to see Darwin just stroke one through that right side of the infield, tie this ball game up.
Gregerson went to Morton West High School in Berwyn, born in Park Ridge, and later attended St. Xavier University in Chicago. And third for the Cubs. The tying run is at third. That's Tyler Colvin. Castro the runner at first. Here's the pitch to Barney. Ball 1. Saw Gregerson loosening last night. He did not get into the game.
Most of the time when you see a pitcher do that fake to third, wheel around to first base move, and it doesn't work, like most of the time, you'll hear somebody yell out of the Cubs dugout. We've got that play too, and it doesn't work for us either. I've said it many times in the past, though. I think that's something that right-handed pitchers should make more of an effort to be deceiving. I mean, that's the one time you can really try to fool everybody. But most of the time it's very easily read. It's completely different from their delivery to home plate.
And it's 2-2 to Barney.
On our Corona Extra pitch tracks. Top of the strike zone slider, not where Gregerson wants to throw that pitch, but got away with one that time.
Gregerson has a sign, and boy, Castro did bite on the fake, but then quickly realized, with I'm sure some help from Bobby D, that Gregerson was not throwing to the plate.
Well, the good news was he kept his eye on the pitcher as he started his break for second base, and he was able to see that fake to third and quickly get back to the bag.
He takes off this time, and a fly ball out in the right. Hermida makes a catch, and stretch time from San Diego. 2-1 Padres.
Hey, Randy, with gray on your lip, your curve appeals zip. Your stubble's in trouble.
Just for men, penetrates tough gray and puts it away in 5 easy minutes.
Hey, watch my petunias. The big unit's chilling. His landscape is thrilling. Just for men. Keep your edge.
Sometimes the other Danas, they just don't accept me. I come up with great ideas, like know your batting stance. That was perfect. All right, I got an easy one for you guys, since you can't get any of these.
Preston Wilson.
Focus on this part right here.
Darren Erstad. I'm getting a little tired.
You're getting tired?
Yeah.
How do you think Enos Cabell feels that you don't know his batting stance? Is it my fault these guys don't know baseball?
Chicago, America's greatest sports town. Since 1986, Chicago has celebrated a world championship in every major professional sport. And for many years, Best Buy has proudly supported the Chicago sports community. Now we're celebrating you, the fans, in the Best Buy All Access Sweepstakes. You could win behind-the-scenes access to your favorite Chicago team or other exclusive weekly prizes. To enter, visit BestBuyChicagoAllAccess.com for your chance to win. Get total Cubs coverage online with CSNChicago.com, powered by Feldco. For an inside look at the Cubs, visit CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
Bottom of the 7th, still 2-1 Padres. Coy Hill will catch. Remember, Soto taken down for a pinch runner. Garza back out there for the bottom of the 7th. Kyle Blanks with a big hit tonight for the Padres, a 2-run double back in the 2nd, and now a ton of previous experience against the Cubs, but most of it's been pretty damaging. He has had success versus Cubs pitching.
I remember the first time we saw Kyle Blanks a couple of years ago in spring training. He was a very impressive young player. Not only was he big, he obviously had tremendous power. He could run. I remember he legged out a couple of routine ground balls in the Cactus League that year. He takes up that entire right-handed batter's box. That front foot only inches away from the front line.
Ball to Castro. He's been busy this evening, and he gets Blanks for the first out.
No, a newborn Cubs fan? The Newborn Fan Club is the perfect gift to showcase what it means to be a Cub for life. Receive a customized photo announcing the birth on the Wrigley Field marquee, a Cubs birth certificate, a Cubs baby stocking cap, and a Cubs Rookie of the Year onesie. Perfect for parents and friends alike. Visit Cubs.com for more information and to sign up today.
They are doing the wave here in San Diego. 39,058 on hand. Martinez rolls one to Castro. Ooh, a little extra mustard on that throw to get him by a half step.
Rollover grounder to the left side. And you saw Castro take a little peek right there and realized he had to put a little extra on that throw as Martinez was really getting down that first baseline.
Chris Denorfia now for Gregerson. Strike. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Guess who? Yeah, just couldn't get a handle on it. That was awkward looking. I think he backhanded that ball and just could not get a grip. And it's a base hit.
It appeared like he was going to try to make a barehanded play, but then realized the ball was hit harder than he thought, so he tried to glove it, make the exchange quickly, and just never got a grip on the baseball. Had it buried way back in the palm of his hand.
Yeah, it wasn't actually a backhand. It was a tweener. Just never got a good grip. Struck out twice and grounded out. Takes a fastball in there. Strike one.
Another Padre with base stealing speed. He's nabbed 11 this season, and now with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the inning, you might see him try to get a jump and steal a base. Last night, and the name Venable sounds vaguely familiar to you Bears fans. That's because William Venable's younger brother Winston made the Bears this season as a non-roster player. Figures to play a lot on special teams.
Venable looked a little overmatched in his first 2 at-bats, but every time you see a pitcher, you start to hone in a little bit. This is 4th time through the order.
Like a lot of younger hitters, he struggles with the breaking ball. He can hit a fastball. He showed that last night. Reached out over the plate and hit one to straightaway center field for a home run. But that 12-6 nasty breaking ball, that'll get a lot of guys.
And there it is, and he got him. And the inning is over. 8 strikeouts for Garza. Still 2-1 for the home team.
Wow, what's that?
Oh, it's the new AT&T smartphone.
Nice. I wish I could afford one.
Yeah, I got a good deal. So.
Look at that screen. Fast too, right?
Oh, yeah. Last week, FITD.
It streams movies. Real web browsing. Turn left now. Look at this camera. Hold on. Let's get a photo. I'm listening to downloaded music. Oh, I can afford that. See ya.
The AT&T Impulse 4G. For $29.99, there's no excuse not to get your own. AT&T.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
School is Blu-ray at a price that will blow you away. Only on the HP DV6T. Get it at your favorite retailer or hpdirect.com.
Apple Vacations and the Chicago Cubs are taking a trip to the Dominican Republic, and you can join. Stay 7 nights at Iberostar Hacienda Dominicus with your favorite Cubs, including Keith Moreland. Go to applevacations.com/Cubs to learn more about this exclusive trip. Congratulations around for Matt Garza. After his 7 innings of work tonight. There's Chad Qualls, who worked last night. 1-2-3-8. Faced LeMahieu, Colvin, and DeWitt. Tonight he gets Ramirez, Pena, and LaHare. In the 0-1. Power slider dips low and outside. That's a nasty sinker. Time Ramirez swung at it. That pitch was almost at his ankles.
Corona extra pitch tracks. Oof. Now that ball starts just about in the middle of the strike zone in the outer third of the plate and ended up off the plate down and in.
Slider at 90. 2-2. Just resting his eyes for a big meal.
Yeah. We're not sure if he cleaned his plate or if he fell asleep with a full plate of food and somebody ate it for him. Oh my.
Count 3-2. Ball 4.
Well, in a one-run game in the 8th inning, you'd expect to see Tony Campana pop out of that dugout. There he comes.
So he'll run for Ramirez. Should have chances to go here. We know how patient Pena can be.
Oh yeah, and we'll see some pickoff attempts, maybe even a pitch out or two during the course of this at bat by Carlos Pena. That's a big run out there.
There he goes, a pitch out. And he still beat the throw from the catcher Martinez.
Not even a great jump that time by Tony Campana. He just once again outruns the catcher's throw to second base.
It's his 24th steal that leads the club. Starlin Castro, trying to tie him at 23 earlier tonight, was caught. 1-1 to Pena.
Well, one thing that helped there on that pitch out, Luis Martinez just jumped kind of straight to the left from his squat position. The idea on a pitch out is to cut the distance that that ball has to travel. You should step up and out at a 45-degree angle and have your momentum going towards second base as you receive the baseball. There's really no advantage to jump out to the side. If anything, it makes it a slightly longer throw. You want to cut down the distance. Ideally, you catch that ball in front of home plate.
Line pretty much right to Maben. Campana on his way to third, and he is safe. Boy, it looked like he almost had to go around the second base umpire, Ron Culpa, on the very quick tag play.
You have to love speed. Yeah, you saw Ron Culpa had to high step it a couple of steps to get out of Tony Campana's way. And Tony wisely slid to the home plate side of third base, forcing Headley to bring that tag back a long way.
And that forced the umpire to say mea culpa. Infield in for Brian LaHare. A strike. I don't know if I've ever seen that. An umpire having to get out of the way of a runner who's tagging. I don't even know what the rule is if he had run into the umpire in terms of interference.
Well, especially on a play like that, because most players in the major leagues would not be able to tag in advance on a line drive hit to the center fielder who caught the ball coming in. He just kind of ducked his head and ran right past him. And there's only a handful of players in baseball that would even attempt to tag up in advance on that play.
LaHair needs some contact here. Outside, 2-2. Soriano next. Has made a difference this inning as a pinch runner. Stole second and then tagged on the line out to get to third with only one away. And the 2-2 pitch. LaHair just stays alive. Does not have to give in here with a base open.
We've shown you that Chad Qualls sinker. Not an easy pitch to get into the air, which is what Brian LaHair is hoping to do right here. Hit a fly ball deep enough into the outfield to allow Campana to tag and tie this game. That's a good take right there. I mean, even if you make contact with this pitch right here, it's going to be a ground ball to the left side of the infield where the Padres were playing in.
The Ryder Cup is coming to Chicago September 25th through the 30th, 2012 at Medina. To be included in a random draw to purchase tickets and a chance to see Team USA versus Team Europe, go to RyderCup.com.
Good history here for Alfonso Soriano against the Padres right-hander Chad Qualls. 5 for 11 lifetime with a home run and 2 doubles.
Deep center field, Maben back on it. Gone! A 3-run shot. 4-2 Cubs. He smoked it.
I think that's 6 for 12 with 2 homers and 2 doubles. Boy, an absolute bomb once again to straightaway center field. Our HP home run replay It stands to reason that Alfonso Soriano would have good numbers against the sinker baller Chad Qualls. He's such a good low ball hitter and got every bit of that one.
Now Matt Garza can get the win as the Cubs lead for the first time tonight. Well, Soriano won the first game of this trip with a 3-run homer late, and he hits another one here tonight. Sliders strike 0-2 to Marlon Byrd. Ground ball to Bartlett. Two homers tonight. Ramirez and Soriano each with their 26th. They trail Carlos Pena, the team leader, by 2. He has 28. If Starlin Castro has 10 were on the Padres, he'd lead their team. Into center for a base hit. Coy Hill in his first at bat is aboard.
Well, if Starlin Castro were on the Padres, he wouldn't have 10 home runs because he's played half his games in this ballpark.
Always nitpicking, aren't you?
Yeah. Coy Hill with a liner just past a diving Jason Bartlett for a 2-out base hit.
Who's going to pitch hit? DJ LeMahieu or Garza. Darren Balsley is the Padres pitching coach, and he's out to chat with Qualls.
And they're just now getting some activity in that Padres bullpen in left center field.
It's only the second time in Qualls' last 19 outings he's allowed any runs. Hey, our guy is back up and at him.
Yeah, that,
kind of.
Crack of the bat when Soriano went deep to center probably woke him from his slumber.
To right for a base hit. LeMahieu off the bench with a pinch hit single.
LeMahieu more than likely stay in the game and play third base. Ramirez was taken down for the pinch runner Tony Campana. Not only will he come in and play some defense, but he gets himself a base hit on the first pitch he sees from Chad Qualls.
Two more knocks for Castro tonight, giving him 206 on the year. One more hit and he'll jump into the top 10 in terms of single season Cubs hit leaders. It'll be Jeff Samardzija in the bottom of the 8th with a 2-run lead at least. 40 pitches for Chad Qualls. He has really scuffled here in this 8th inning. 2 walks, a 3-run homer, back-to-back 2-out singles, and a 2-1 count now on Castro. And he gets the out. Against this vaunted Padres bullpen, the Cubs put up a 3-spot on Chad Qualls. Alfonso Soriano with a go-ahead 3-run homer, turning a 2-run deficit into a 4-2 edge.
In case you haven't heard, the Chevy season of doing is almost done. And while your to-do list is just getting longer, the chance to get the truck you want is getting shorter.
Put a Chevy Silverado on your to-do list. It's the longest-lasting, most dependable truck on the road today. It's a smart thing to do.
Get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 cash allowance on all new Chevy Silverados. See your Chevy dealer today.
Hang with us on Sportsnet Central. Every night on Comcast Sportsnet, Pat and Mark, Chuck, Sarah, Luke, Gail, Chris, and Kip bring you the Chicago sports coverage you crave. We capture the must-see highlights, deliver the late-breaking news, and produce the in-depth interviews the Chicago sports fan deserves. So hang with us on Sportsnet Central every day on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Rev up for next baseball season with the Mazda Spring Training Sweepstakes. A winner a day for 30 days will take home a $150 gas card. And one grand prize winner will win airfare and lodging in Mesa or Glendale to see their team in spring training. To enter, text Mazda to 29653 or visit csnchicago.com. Rev up for next year with the Mazda Spring Training Sweepstakes. We build Mazdas. What do you drive?
You're watching Comcast Sportsnet, now part of the NBC Sports Group.
Hi, everyone. Luke Stuckmeyer with your Suzuki Sportsnet Central update. Ozzie Guillen left the Sox last night. Mark Buehrle might be next. But tonight he finished his season in style. Plus, Derrick Rose was out and about Chicago, and he discusses the possibility of playing overseas during the NBA lockout. All that and full highlights from San Diego next on Sportsnet Central. But right now, the end of the game with Len and Bob.
Luke, thanks very much. Cubs lead 4-2 on the Alfonso Soriano home run. He's hit some big home runs this year.
He really has, Lennon. I like the competition. Carlos Pena leading the home run race as far as the team goes, but Ramirez goes deep, Soriano goes deep. You love to see that kind of friendly competition among teammates.
Not easy to hit the ball out in this ballpark, but the Cubs with 2 home runs to center field. They improved their defense here with Campana and LeMahieu staying in. Jeff Samardzija beginning the 8th. You've got Sean Marshall up if needed. And Samardzija faces Jason Bartlett. Low, ball 1. Bartlett 0 for 3. Now 0 for 7 in the series, and that got by everybody. 2-0. Well, Chad Qualls got into trouble with a couple of walks in the top of this inning. Samardzija does not want to do the same, especially against a team that doesn't generally hit the ball out of the ballpark. 3-0.
And given the fact the Padres are in the National League West and the Cubs are in the Central, not a lot of looks for the Padres offense against Jeff Samardzija. Cameron Maybin has 3 at-bats. Alberto Gonzalez on the bench still has 3 at-bats. Jason Bartlett is 1-for-1 lifetime. Jeremy Hermida 1-for-2. Those are the only base hits in the entire Padres roster.
Ball 4. They probably see him more in spring training than they do in the regular season. As a potential tying run will come up with nobody out. Cameron Maybin. Okay, Bob, that's enough. There's a fan in front of us who's...
That's really annoying.
He took care of it?
Yeah. I tried that slow clap and nobody picked up on it. Right down there below it. Yeah, right down there. Oh, he's going to do it again.
Well, he's got one other guy doing it.
It's an epidemic.
My hands don't hurt yet. His hands hurt.
That's what you get. That'll teach you.
Right center field gap cut off by LaHair, and they have him at the corners with nobody out.
Actually a pretty nice piece of hitting by Cameron Maybin. I mentioned earlier in the ball game, he looks like he wants to be a home run hitter, but real nice approach that time. Got the front foot down, kept his head very still, and just shot that ball into right field for a base hit.
Chase Headley. Marshall ready in the bullpen. You've got back-to-back switch hitters, followed by the left-handed hitting Hermida.
Headley hits for a higher average as a right-handed hitter, but has more power as a lefty.
One guy, Bud Black, will definitely lean on here late is his starting catcher has been hot, Nick Hundley, who did not get the start. If Marshall comes into the game, I'm sure Hundley would be used in Hermida's spot.
Hundley's had a nice offensive year. However, he's 0 for 6 as a pinch hitter.
Strike. Samardzija cannot forget about Cameron Maybin, who represents the tying run at first. 38 steals on the year for Maybin. And he always looks like he wants to run. And then Samardzija will throw over. Boy, he and Tony Campana, they look like they want to run on every pitch. By the way, is Marlon Byrd in the ballpark? Looks like he's about 800 feet from home plate. Playing very deep out in center.
Trying to cut off those gappers. Make sure Maybin does not score on an extra base hit. something you're a little bit concerned about. I understand the idea of playing the no doubles to keep Maben from scoring, but on a base hit that happens to roll back up the middle of the field, Maben's going to easily advance to third base because the Cubs are playing so deep in the outfield. It's very important that you're aware as an outfielder when you're playing no doubles and there is a ball hit through the infield on the ground, you've got to charge it with abandon to try to keep that guy from going from first to third.
Maben got a good jump, swing and a miss by Headley. Throw goes through. It's late. 39 steals. Headley strikes out. Second and third with one out. Mike Quade coming out to the mound. The good news, bad news, you get the first out, but Maben does get second. Here comes the left-hander, Sean Marshall. Tying runs in scoring position. The Toyota call to the pen. We'll be back.
Sell it. Yeah, sell it. Sell them all. 2011's got to go. Or my name isn't Superhero Zero. Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer for 25 straight years.
Zero down, 1.9 APR for 60 months now.
Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Goff Road, Schaumburg.
Meet the Mazda 3 4-door, 5-door, and the one and only Mazda Speed 3. No other car in its class looks like it, feels like it, or most importantly, drives like it. This is a car worth driving, and that's the only kind of car we build. We build Mazdas. What do you drive? Get the Mazda 3 with 0% APR for 60 months plus $500 owner loyalty cash.
The Toyota call to the pen. 6'7" lefty Sean Marshall facing Orlando Hudson. Hudson with 2 hits from the left side tonight in 3 tries. Now he'll turn around and bat right-handed, but he's got the double flap helmet, so he'll have to get a new one for this at bat. They have him at second and third with 1 out.
So for Sean Marshall, this 77 strikeouts in 75 innings pitched. That's exactly what he's looking for against a guy that doesn't strike out that often.
Hudson has been stronger from the left than the right side this season as he takes a breaking ball for a strike. At third, Maben at second. We're in the 8th, 4-2 Cubs. He got the lead in the top of the inning. Fouled back, 0-2. Strikeout for Sean Marshall. 2 away, and Jeremy Hermina will be taken down for a pinch hitter, and I believe it is Nick Hundley.
Nasty late breaking slider gets a check swing from Orlando Hudson. He definitely went too far that time.
hits and 4 at-bats last night. He comes off the bench tonight. As we said, he's been Padres' hottest hitter here in the second half. 360 over his last 13 games. 369. That's coming off the DL in mid-August. Had arthroscopic right elbow surgery. Also spent time on the DL. Missed a month in the first half with a strained oblique. First 2 reached in this inning. They got first and third with nobody out. Now there are 2 outs. Second and third. Ball 1.
Slider that time at 88. Only a good high fastball hitter or off-speed pitches that stray around the middle of the plate.
Swing and a miss on a curve. 1-2.
Slower breaking ball that time gets Hundley out in front. Of different ways you could go now. You could try to get him to chase a high fastball. I mentioned he's a good high fastball hitter. Throw it up there a little higher than he can handle, but you got to believe Sean Marshall's going to stick with his bread and butter. One of the 2 breaking balls. Either the big curve or the hard slider. Maybe a high fastball, just judging from Coy Hill's signs there. Missed his spot, but missed in his favor. Didn't leave it over the plate where Hundley could get a good swing at it. I think it's a curveball coming this time. The slower breaking pitch.
How did he lay off? 3-2. Blanks would hit next. Big crowd tonight, and they're making noise. 39,058.
Another curveball.
Here it comes. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Marshall escapes. Helps Jeff Samardzija get out of the 8th inning with a patented curveball. 4-2 Cubs.
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving. Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would. $120 round trip and bag fees? Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here. Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
Save big money during the Menards Oktoberfest sale. Keep temperatures constant with a thermostat from Honeywell. This programmable model has separate settings for weekdays and weekends, $26.97. This touchscreen model has separate settings for each day, $59.99 after rebate. CertainTeed insulation increases your home's energy efficiency and helps lower your utility bills. A roll of R25 unfaced fiberglass insulation qualifies for the energy tax credit, $5.99 after rebate.
Save big money at Menards.
All football All season, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet. Mondays at 4:30, go live to Hallis Hall with United Bears recap. Wednesdays and Thursdays, Bears Blitz presented by Jimmy John's breaks down the game and gets you set for Sunday. Thursday nights at 11, get a player's take on Countdown to Kickoff with Lance Briggs. And after every game, Bears Postgame Live presented by Illinois Back Institute brings you the most inside analysis and postgame interviews in Chicago. All season long, bear down with Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Get Chicago Sports News nightly on Sportsnet Central coming up tonight after the game. The Ozzie fallout and update. Major League Baseball wild card races are pretty wild. Join Luke Stuckmeyer for Sportsnet Central after the game tonight, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Andy Perino stays in and plays left. Moves Venable from left to right. Andrew Carpenter is the new pitcher.
He was claimed off waivers from the Philadelphia Phillies back on September 2nd. He's converted to a relief pitcher in the minor leagues this year at Lehigh Valley, where he pitched for Ryne Sandberg.
One appearance for the world champion Phillies in 2008. Well, a great job by Sean Marshall, striking out the two batters he faced.
Can't do it any better than that. Runners at second and third in a two-run ball game. You don't even want the opposition to put the ball in play. And against Sean Marshall, he did not allow them to put the ball in play.
Darwin Barney starts it as the Cubs try to tack on and help out their closer Carlos Marmol, who's getting loose down the right field line. It'll be Marmol's first appearance since that rough one on Saturday in St. Louis. Two 2-0 the count. Carpenter from the stretch. Pitch. 3-0. Thatcher, Frieri, Gregerson, Qualls, and Carpenter for the Padres. Garza, Samardzija, and Marshall for the Cubs. A leadoff walk. Tony Campana with his first at bat. He scored the tying run on the 3-run homer by Soriano after pinch running. Shows bunt, takes ball one.
Tony definitely wants to keep the ball away from the third base side of the field, if at all possible. Now, if he deadens the ball off the end of the bat, it trickles away from home plate far enough that they can't get Barney at second base. That will work as well, but you'd much prefer to bunt that ball to the first base side where you know Darwin Barney will be able to advance.
And they pitch out. 2-1. In that Milwaukee 6-4 win over Pittsburgh, Prince Fielder hit 3 home runs.
Wow.
3 for 3, 5 RBIs. They're not going to get him. A bunt single for Tony Campana. Even if Martinez had picked it up, he didn't have a prayer once that ball bounced high in the air.
Usually you talk about punters when you talk about hang time, but if Tony Campana could do that consistently, bunt that ball off the trampoline that is home plate, he's going to beat out a lot of those. And then watch this ball when it hits the infield grass. It just stops right there between the catcher and the pitcher. No chance to get Campana or Barney.
Nobody out. Checked his swing, just got a piece of it. Marlins beat Washington 3-2 with a run in the bottom of the ninth. Javier Vasquez went the distance. Brian Peterson with a home run to win it in the bottom of the ninth. Vasquez finishes the year 13-11. He struck out 9, walked none, 97 pitches in a complete Game 5 hitter. Mike Morse hit his 31st in a losing cause for the Nationals. They had to win their final 2 games to finish above 500 for the first time since 2003. Dropped them to 79 and 81. Gets away. Everybody advances. That ball almost bounced over the backstop. A wild pitch charged to Carpenter.
Wild pitch. It's that one over in the batter's box there. I've talked about it many times. You've been out here playing for 8+ innings. Batters have been digging in that batter's box. There's holes and ridges and bumps and footprints. That one shot all the way to the screen.
Now they'll just intentionally walk Pena. Pitch to LaHair with the bases loaded, nobody out.
It's a dangerous move to load the bases. It's the percentage move for Bud Black and the San Diego Padres, but you've got a guy really struggling out there with his command, and he's got nowhere to put anybody now.
AT&T U-verse Multiview. Barney the lead man at the bottom at third. Campana above him at second. Carlos Pena is at first as we do the Brady Bunch look. Big swing and a miss. Still looking for their first grand slam. Can they get it in the second to last game? LaHair punches out. One away, and it'll be pinch hitter Blake DeWitt. Infield still in. So all the Padre infielders will throw to the plate. They will not even try to Turn the conventional 6-4-3 or 4-6-3 up the middle. And that ball is foul. Dodgers face this team quite a bit. Well, he's hit just .209 here at Petco. Two walks and a single. Cubs threatening to add on here in the ninth. Outside.
Blake DeWitt, a lot of room in that gap in right center. Venable playing straight away in right, but Maben is shaded several steps over toward the gap in left center. A lot of room in that gap in right center.
3-1. To DeWitt. Bases loaded. The 3-2 pitch, ground ball. Base hit. It hits second base, in fact, which slows it down a little bit. 2 runs in. 6-2 Cubs. That 6 spot's been very productive. 5 RBIs, Soriano and DeWitt here in the last 2 innings.
Very nice approach that time. Just stayed on it, hit it right back where it came from. It actually hit the bag at second base. Not that Tony Campana needed any help to score on that grounder into center, but slowed that ball down in front of Cameron Maben, and Barney and Campana scamper around and score.
Marlon Byrd, runners at first and second. Garza in pretty good shape to finish the season with a 4-game winning streak and a 10-10 final mark. Into this game as a pinch runner in the 8th inning and ends up scoring 2 runs. So always seems to find his way onto that plate. Miss. So 2 outs. It's Coy Hill. So 4 for 5 tonight in a Cardinal 13-6 win over the Astros. They trailed 5-0 early. Braves have lost 4 in a row. There's a tie atop the wild card in both leagues. Boston and Tampa Bay won their games tonight over in the American League. Matt Holliday came out of the game tonight. He aggravated the right middle finger injury that had him out for a while. He returned in that Cubs series. Over the first 16 innings offensively scored 1 run in this series. They've put up 5 over the last 2. Chance here for a split to start it with a rubber game tomorrow. Swing and a miss on a splitter to end the inning. Blake DeWitt off the bench knocks in 2 and the Cubs lead 6-2 in the
Southwest makes the call.
What's the call?
I've got unnecessary bag fees.
Guys, I'm just driving. Do I penalize for each bag fee? I would. $120 round trip in bag fees? Man, that's a low blow.
Guys, I gotta get going here.
Hey, you want me to throw you off the tarmac? Bags fly free. Southwest Airlines. It's the right call.
These obstacles are a challenge for any driver. But for the driver of a Lexus IS 250, the real challenge is doing it backwards. This is class-leading turning radius. This is precision you can feel. This is the Lexus IS. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
I host a pretty good game, but to be the best, I needed a little coaching.
That's where I came in. The world's best party needs the world's most refreshing beer. Stack that Coors Light. Make those mountains blue. You're dogging it, ding dong. Wake up. These are cross-brewed fundamentals. Work it, hit it. Gee whiz, Kyle.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching. Cross-brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Yes! Coach?
Reed Johnson now playing right for Brian LaHare. And the closer's on non-save situation with a 4-run lead.
Talked about it with Matt Garza tonight. Really talked about it with the entire ball club. You want to finish strong. Carlos Marmol has to have a bad taste in his mouth from his last outing against the Cardinals. Love to see him come back here tonight and maybe in a save opportunity tomorrow night. Finish this season strong. Have a good frame of mind going into the offseason.
Blanks be the first Padre to bat here in the ninth. Back here tomorrow night for the season finale. Ryan Dempster will break that 200-inning barrier most likely. He is 3 1/3 away from that. Left-hander Wade LeBlanc goes for San Diego. blanks. Martinez, then Perino. That's a strike. On a slider, 2-1. Well, there were 39,058 in this ballpark at one point. I think it's been cut drastically. The visitors leading by 4. And it's a school night. Hope you got your homework done, young man. I was talking to you, by the way, Bob. That kid. 3-2. Special thanks to our Comcast Sportsnet crew for wonderful work all season long. Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, Mark Brady working tonight. Our senior executive producer Jim Corno Jr. That one line foul. All our pre and post game and sideline reporters at Wrigley Field. Thanks to Cap and Holly for their work on Cubs pre and post game live. Leadoff walk. Martinez 0 for 2 with a walk. Both bullpens quiet. Fastball strike. Fastball strike, 0-2. A wild one in Arizona. They went to the 10th, tied at 1. Now it's 6-3. Dodgers in the bottom of the 10th. They got 5 in the top of the inning. Arizona has scored 2. They have the bases loaded with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th.
Marvel tries to get Martinez to chase that slider just off the outside corner. Might have actually nipped the outside corner. Another one out there. See, that's one of the big differences for Marmol this year. When that slider's flat, like it has been at times this year, hey, hitters lay off of it. Last year, the guys chased it all over the place. See that hack right there at a slider in the middle of the plate, getting much better swings. I'm not sure if it's just seeing more of Carlos Marmol, maybe some more video work.
Full count, 3-2. Giants shut out the Rockies 7-0. Madison Bumgarner evened his record at 13-13. No walks, 9 strikeouts. Finishes with a 3.21 ERA. Barry Zito pitched in relief tonight. Connor Gillespie and Brandon Belt homered for the Giants. A bounce closer to Pena. He's going to take the out at first. Marmol covering. It goes 3-1. Zito with his 5th consecutive relief appearance since returning from injury. A couple of DL stints this year with the right mid-foot strain. First 2 times in his career he's been on the shelf. There's a strike to the switch hitting Andy Perino. To Lemoyne College, an institution once attended by Tom Browning and Jim Deshaies.
How about that? Lemoyne Dolphins.
Swing and a miss. 2 away. Time now for our GMC player of the game. Looks like it's going to work out this way. The Cubs 2-3 on the trip. Both wins really courtesy of Alfonso Soriano with a 3-run homer late.
Continues his ownership of Chad Qualls, smashing that sinker over the fence in center field for a 3-run homer.
Will Venable takes ball 1. This Ryan Roberts just hit a grand slam, and the Diamondbacks got 6 in the bottom of the 10th to win 7-6. How often does that happen? They gave up 5 in the top of the inning, so trailing 6-1, they score a half dozen to win it.
Well, that's the other side of the coin from what we're seeing from Boston and Atlanta. Team that's headed to the playoffs with a full head of steam, as opposed to a couple of teams that are staggering toward the finish line, hoping to get some help to reach the postseason.
Well, Marmol may get through this inning without allowing a run, but it hasn't been a particularly encouraging inning in terms of his command. He's already made 25 pitches to just 4 batters. He's walked a couple of them. And low for ball 1. Well, teams are just waiting him out now. To Bartlett. You could just throw a BP fastball and just say, here, hit it as hard as you can. Yeah. Even if he hits a 3-run homer, the Cubs still lead. You don't. If you walk in, now all of a sudden Maben could tie it with 1 swing.
This was the concern when the Cubs made Carlos Marmol the closer initially, was the amount of pitches that it took him to get 3 outs in the 9th inning, and then he would be unavailable the next day, maybe for a couple of days. Has to find a way to be more efficient. Throw strikes when he wants to, lead hitters out of the zone when he wants to.
That's a good pitch. Well, the last two right where he wanted it. 2-2. Cub fans making some noise along with the home fans inside. 3-2. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Cubs win. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts for Marmol in the 9th. And Matt Garza will finish the season at 10-10 and on a 4-game winning streak. Cubs with a chance for a 500 trip if they can win the rubber game in the season finale tomorrow night. Nice late runs for the Cubs against a really good bullpen.
Yeah, that Padres bullpen has been nails all season long, but the Cubs managed to break through tonight, scoring 5 runs in the final 2 innings of this ball game.
So that will do it for our season coverage here on Comcast Sportsnet. The final score tonight, the Cubs 6, the Padres 2. We'll be back with you here for Cubs baseball on CSN sometime in March 2012 from the Cactus League. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our great CSN crew, this is Len Casper saying good night from San Diego.
Excuse me, am I in the right place?
Yeah.
This is the bar exam study crew?
Of course. Look, what's this bar mean?
Coors Light is cold?
And this bar?
Means it's super cold?
Congratulations. You passed the bar exam.
Nice. Right.
Introducing new Super Cold Activation from Coors Light. With 2 stages, you'll know when your beer goes from cold to super cold.
Oh. Hey, that's my beer.
So sweet.
Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Right now at Luna, get 70% off all floors. Plus, get $200 off by scheduling your free estimate at Luna.com. There's more to love for less.
773-202 Luna.
You know what sells? Sex. You know what it sells? Beer. It won't sell an important thing like a car. What will? Well, the Honda Civic received a 2011 Highest Initial Quality Award from J.D. Power and Associates, and right now you can get a stellar deal on one. That's what sells a car. But a little bit of sex doesn't hurt. Come see the wide selection and great offers at your Honda dealer today.
Hey, this is Tom. How do you guys feel about our pitching rotation?
I got it. I got it.
I got it.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
Comcast Sportsnet fields your questions. Catch us on Sportsnet Central or CSNChicago.com. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I got it. I got it. I got it.
How come insurance companies tell me I can save, like, 40%?
Before they even know what I need.
How come my company never asked me...
My idea of financial security.
How come nobody gives me a financial plan?
I can understand. Country Financial does. Your country representative can help protect what you have now and prepare for the future.
Somebody who knows retirement planning and insurance.
Yeah.
At Country, we always ask, what's your idea of financial security?
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. Xfinity. Cubs baseball in high definition is brought to you by Xfinity. Midas. For brakes, oil changes, and tires, trust the Midas touch. AT&T. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealer today for great savings on Toyota's all-star lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles, official partner of the Chicago Cubs.
I'm
John Banks. You're watching the TV home of the White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I never looked at anything as a power struggle. I was just trying to get it right.
A candid Kenny Williams while the White Sox move on without Ozzie. Burley leaves his mark in what could be his swan song on the South Side.
I guarantee I will wear a White Sox uniform again. Tomorrow counts as that in one day, but...
And Aramis Ramirez returns to the Cubs lineup with a bang. Time to fill up on Sportsnet Central now.
Sportsnet Central.
Ground ball. Greedy. Yes! Mark Burley, a no-hitter. Alexei. Yes! 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 Yes!
One day after Ozzie said goodbye to the fans on the South Side, Mark Burley could have been pitching his last game in a White Sox uniform. Hello and welcome to Sportsnet Central. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. We'll get to Burley's last start of the season in just a bit, but first, back to Ozzie. He was in Miami on Monday with reports of a 4-year, $16 million deal to manage the Marlins next year. In fact, Ozzie already let the news out. Guillen posting on his Twitter account. Marlins outfielder Logan Morrison, Lomo, let's go ahead and hit and run here. To which Morrison replied, "You got it, boss," end quote. Then about 2 hours later, Ozzie tweeted again, "Weird to be in Miami this time, but very happy, ready to go." Meanwhile, our Sarah Kustok has more as the dust settles on the South Side.
With Ozzie Guillen already in Florida, the dust from his departure was settling at U.S. Cellular Field in a much quieter White Sox clubhouse as players continue to reflect on their former manager.
I think he always understood me and how I go about my business, and he let me be. That's something I'll always thank him for, and the fact that he put me in the lineup, every day and let me have a chance to succeed, I'll never forget that.
We haven't played well, so it's like it's tough because it's not his fault, it's our fault, and players win games, players lose games.
I think the best part about it was what you saw with Ozzie, in front of the camera or off the camera, the same thing. He was loud, he spoke his opinions, and just it was like I always says, be him being him. It was. I only know Chicago, and I only know Chicago with Ozzie in it, so it's going to be interesting to see how next season goes.
More moves came on Tuesday as Joey Cora and the White Sox parted ways, while Don Cooper was named interim manager and given a multi-year contract extension, though it was difficult for the pitching coach to imagine life on the South Side without Ozzie.
Whether we're in the clubhouse, whether we're in the dugout, whether we're on the plane, whether we're on the bus, in the hotel, we're together an awful lot. Relationships are there. It's tough to see something come to an end, but I don't think there's a good guy or bad guy in it. I think it just ran its course.
Along with Cooper, Harold Baines was also given a multi-year extension. As for a new manager, Kenny Williams said the search is already underway. He has a definitive direction, a short list, and a preferred candidate. And Williams said that depending on how the postseason plays out, there could be a new manager in place by the World Series. At U.S. Cellular Field, Sarah Kustok, Comcast Sportsnet.
Thanks, Sarah. The fans possibly watching the last game for Mark Burley in a Sox uniform, honoring him with the 56 in the outfield seats. Burley passing 200 innings pitched for the 11th straight season. Home half of the second, Tyler Flowers to dead center and gone for his 5th of the season, putting the Sox on the board at 1-0. In the 4th, Adam Dunn is up, sitting at 175 strikeouts for the season. There's another one. 176, the new single-season White Sox record. To the 6th inning, Adam Lynn, hot shot. Gordon Beckham. What a play to start the double play to end the inning. One more look at why Beckham just might win a Gold Glove over at second base this season. Bottom of the sixth inning. A.J. Brzezinski through the right side. Alejandro De Aza motoring around, and he beats the throw. 2-0 White Sox on the south side. Burley into the seventh. Runners to corners. Former teammate Mark Teahan grounds out an inning over. Don Cooper would let Burley take the mound to start the eighth and takes him out. And a wave of the cap to the crowd in the rain as Mark Burley departs what could be the final time. Sox win 2-1. Burley, his 13th win of the season. And a nice ovation from the crowd. Here's Don Cooper after filling in as manager for the White Sox.
First of all, I had a blast. That was fun. I wasn't nervous. It was just fun. But it's beautiful when things kind of fall into place. We got a couple runs. All you're ever asking for is one more run than the opposition. We made it stand up. I thought, wow, what a neat night it would be. You know, considering he's pitching, get the win as the manager. Who would ever thought that? You know what I mean? Nobody. I never. This is not something I've envisioned.
Not I.
But I kind of enjoyed it. I'll tell you. I'm hooked. I'm hooked.
Burley spent his entire career in a Sox uniform, 365 starts, 161 wins, perfect game, a no-hitter. He's been to 4 All-Star games and won 2 Gold Gloves. A poetic Chuck Garfien has more on Burley's future with your press pass to U.S. Cellular Field.
If Ozzie Guillen was the face of the White Sox franchise, Mark Burley was their left arm and their lungs, because so many times he took our breath away, just like Tuesday night.
During the game, obviously nothing, just kind of honestly felt like a normal game. Just going out there and try to win the game. Obviously coming off afterwards and the crowd going crazy. Paulie was pushing me back out there, and he's like, they're calling for you. I'm like, I've never had a curtain call. I mean, he's had a few of them here, but I've never had one. So, just hugging the teammates, hugging everybody that's been involved in my career. Got kind of emotional there towards the end.
It couldn't have went better. It couldn't have felt any better than that. We were talking about it all game. And hopefully the right situation, scenario comes up, one that he's pitching good and he's still in the game. And obviously that happened, then we did have the lead, so it went perfect.
A perfect ending to Mark's season, but what about his White Sox career? While the team might have trouble re-signing him, Mark says he's not closing the door.
This is all I know. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to think otherwise. It's hard to go home this offseason and think, hey, I'm gonna go to spring training somewhere else. This is all I've known. So I don't know. Deep down inside, I'd love to be back, but reality might sneak in, and it just depends which way they go.
He's probably my favorite. I've been very fortunate to catch a lot of really good pitchers, but with what we've been through, the innings we've been through, the games we've been through, winning a World Series, just everything, the ups and downs, and having my locker next to him for 7 years has been great.
I guarantee I will wear a White Sox uniform again. Tomorrow counts. Is that in one day? But after that, I don't know. We'll see what happens.
With the White Sox, Chuck Garfien, Comcast Sportsnet.
What's up, Taco?
Thanks, Chuck. The feud had been festering. Finally, one of them had to go. Comcast Sportsnet talks with Kenny Williams a day after his manager leaves the team. Matt Garza had a lot to play for in San Diego. The Cubs' fiery pitcher was looking to shed a losing record. Plus, it's all about the kids as Derrick Rose returns to his roots, and the MVP talks about the possibility of playing overseas.
If you're a golfer, then the Chicago District Golf Association has something for you. The CDGA is home to a state-of-the-art golf handicapping service, which allows golfers of all skill levels to compete on a level playing field. The CDGA sponsors and conducts more than 50 championships for amateurs, high and low handicappers, juniors, seniors, men and women. The CDGA is a leader in charitable causes that brings the game to those with special needs. The CDGA is truly for everyone who plays the game. Visit cdga.org for membership information and more. Bears game.
Game ends, you flip over to Comcast Sportsnet. Every single week, you watch Bears Postgame Live as Dan Jiggets, Howard Griffith, and Jim Miller break down the game with me.
Expert analysis.
They did what they had to do to win the football game.
Teams can't compete against the Bears' speed. That's just my opinion of it.
It's easy to improve, though, when you got a win under your belt.
Press conferences and player interviews.
What does it taste like, Jigs?
Victory. Bears Postgame Live, presented by Illinois Back Institute, only on Comcast Sportsnet.
I host a pretty good game, but to be the best, I needed a little coaching.
That's where I came in. The world's best party needs the world's most refreshing beer. Stack that Coors Light. Make those mountains blue. You're dogging it, ding dong. Wake up. These are frost-brewed fundamentals. Work it, hit it. Gee whiz, Kyle.
When it comes to big refreshment, we could all use a little coaching. Frost-brewed Coors Light, the game's most refreshing beer.
Coach?
Matt Garza with one last start in 2011, trying to finish his first Cubs season at 10-10. Cubs Padres, bottom of the second, 2 out for Kyle Blanks, and he doubles to left center. Both runs will score. The Padres take a 2-0 lead against Garza. Aramis Ramirez is back in the lineup after missing 5 games because of a right quad strain. Top of the fourth. Takes this one deep to center and out, his 26th home run of the year. Cubs cut the lead to 1. Then in the bottom of the 7th, man out for Will Venable. But Garza gets him swinging. Gave up just 2 runs on 5 hits over 7 innings. Top of the 8th, same score. Garza still the pitcher of record. 2 on for Soriano, and he takes Chad Qualls deep for his 26th. And the Cubs have the lead for Garza 4-2. Bottom of the 8th, Sean Marshall comes in with 2 on and 1 out. And Orlando Hudson, the check swing, strike 3. Next batter, Nick Hundley. And he gets him swinging. All smiles in the dugout. Cubs win 6-2. And inside the numbers, Garza's record doesn't really tell the whole story. Finishes 10-10 by picking up the win last night, but he was clearly the ace of the staff. Probably deserved 15 wins or more. A career-high 197 strikeouts with an ERA of 3.32.